Chapter 129. This is the first update. The mysterious sword tip that Chunzong obtained is not that simple. Great iron-shattering hand. Chunzong casually waved his left hand. His strength was completely restrained, and the surface of his palm was covered with translucent blood vessels, making his entire palm look like a work of art. The palm didn't look fast, but it instantly hit the wall of the secret room. With a bang, the entire secret room shook. A 10-inch deep palm print appeared on the wall, made of fine iron. There was a difference of 2 inches between 10 inches and 8 inches, but one must know that the deeper one went, the greater the resistance would be. Every inch that one went in would require more power. Thus, the difference of 2 inches was far greater than the difference of 3 inches between 5 inches in consummation and 8 inches in arcane refinement. Without a sword in hand, his current strength was probably even greater than when he was holding a sword. Immediately after, the chi and blood that he had used to use the refinement stage great iron-shattering hand quickly recovered. In just a few short breaths, he had completely recovered. What a terrifying recovery speed. Chunzong was shocked. This meant that even if he continuously used martial arts of the same grade, he only needed to grasp the rhythm. He didn't need to worry about running out of chi and blood, unless he was using martial arts of the Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword. Once one's chi and blood reach the perfection stage and achieve a seamless body, the body's natural exhaustion will be completely locked, forming a cycle in the body. This is the secret to maintaining one's peak. At this stage, one's chi and blood won't decline even if one is 50 or 60 years old. Chunzong thought to himself. Of course, it wouldn't take that long for him to break through to the refinement stage. Without the blood-sinking jade essence, I can maintain the blood-boiling technique for 20 seconds when I'm at the 8th stage of the chi and blood realm and the 4th stage of the true sword heavenly supreme art. At the 9th stage of the chi and blood realm, I can maintain it for 30 seconds. Including the 5th stage of the true sword heavenly supreme art, I can maintain it for 60 seconds. Now that I've reached the 6th stage of the true sword realm, my chi and blood are 10 times purer than before. I wonder if I can use it for 6 times longer? Chunzong immediately used the blood-boiling technique. His skin turned red, and his strength increased greatly. His chi and blood boiled, constantly being consumed. However, the consumption speed wasn't fast, and the recovery speed was also very fast. Very quickly, 100 seconds passed, and Chunzong ended the blood boil technique. With a body full of pure yang energy, I should be able to maintain the blood boiling technique for at least 600 seconds. Factoring in my recovery speed, I should be able to maintain it for another 200 seconds. 800 seconds. Chunzong could not help but gasp. In total, it could last for more than 13 minutes. That was terrifying. Despite his shock, Chunzong was somewhat dissatisfied. The longer the duration of a forbidden art, the better it is. What matters is its might. I'd rather have a shorter duration in exchange for an increase in might. The ignition blood technique ignites the blood in one's body for an instant, but it doesn't make much use of the potential of one's blood. The blood boiling technique, on the other hand, heats and boils the blood, making it even more efficient. Chunzong couldn't help but think carefully. Chunzong's willpower had been tempered by fighting against the terrifying willpower of the crimson gold saber-toothed tiger. It had at least doubled in strength. After his cultivation had reached the great fulfillment of chi and blood, he had cultivated the leakless body. Even his strengthened willpower had gradually become more complete and transparent. His thinking had become sharper than before, and he could see things more clearly. This was something that no one else could imagine. After all, it was too difficult to improve one's willpower. There were simply no shortcuts. Becoming more complete and transparent meant that one's thinking ability had become stronger, and their reactions had become sharper. As he pondered, Chunzong continued to analyze the ignition blood technique and the blood boiling technique. Suddenly, the door of the secret room opened. Green Ape Messenger, Kong Yuan, and the others strode in. In addition, Chunzong also saw Chi Fei. Not bad. You did it. Green Ape Messenger smiled when he saw Chunzong and scathed and the palm print on the wall. Welcome, Chunzong. Ignoring Green Ape Messenger, Chunzong's gaze swept past Chi Fei. He was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Chi Fei was a person who valued personal strength. It was not surprising that he had chosen to join the Black Demon sect in pursuit of strength. After all, the Black Demon sect had wreaked havoc hundreds of years ago. The current martial artists, especially the low-level ones, had very little experience of it. Their resistance and hostility were not as strong. Where's Meng Changchun? Chunzong asked. He's a coward. I can't believe he committed suicide. Chi Fei laughed disdainfully. Chunzong, how much do you feel your strength has increased? Green Ape Messenger asked. I'm not sure. Chunzong glanced at Green Ape Messenger and replied calmly. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi and Blood realm. His strength and willpower had become stronger, and he felt more complete and transparent. He felt more pressure from Green Ape Messenger. Green Ape Messenger, let me try. Kong Yuan asked. Okay. Green Ape Messenger nodded. Demon eyes. Kong Yuan roared. His aura skyrocketed, and his body suddenly changed. Under Chunzong's observation, his muscles and bones seemed to break and reassemble in an instant. His body grew taller, and black hair emerged. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a half-human, half-ape monster. Chi Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. Chunzong, take the violent ape fist. After demonizing, Kong Yuan's strength increased by at least 50%. Among the many disciples of the Black Demon sect, this kind of increase was relatively high. He was considered an elite. He punched out, and the force of Qi and blood surged violently. It was shocking. This was a very terrifying punch. Green Ape Messenger and the others looked at Chunzong. Without his sword, Chunzong's strength decreased by 50%. However, he had merged with the essence of the demon bloodline, so his strength was even stronger. Under such circumstances, no one knew how strong he could be. Chunzong was neither too slow nor too fast. His expression was calm and unruffled. He waited until Kong Yuan's violent ape fist was halfway out before the frightening fist pressure pounced towards him. Only then did he lift his left hand and take advantage of the situation to strike out with his palm. This palm strike was casual, as if it was just a casual strike. It did not contain much power, but the Green Ape emissary's expression changed slightly. His eyes narrowed. With his spiritual will, he could naturally feel that the power contained within was highly reserved. It might not seem strong to him, but in the vitality realm, it was definitely terrifying. When Chunzong struck out, Kong Yuan felt that it was very slow. It was so slow that he could clearly see the trajectory of the palm. He could not help but smile to himself when he saw the blood vessels on the palm. Was this the strength of a top genius after merging with the demon bloodline? He was too weak. Watch me defeat him with one strike. Just as the thought came to his mind, his body trembled violently. His chest seemed to have been hit by something, and the pain spread all over his body. That thing had an extremely terrifying power. It exploded in an instant, and he felt like he had been hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. His sternum was shattered, and he flew backward. Blood spurted from his open mouth, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. The half-human, half-ape Kong Yuan flew back a few meters and hit the wall hard. With a bang, his body trembled again, and he fell to the ground, motionless. The demonization was naturally removed, and there was no breath left. Killed with one strike, Chi Fei and the others' expressions changed drastically. Just now, Kong Yuan had fought with him, and his strength was indeed above his. Yet, Kong Yuan was unable to block a single palm strike from Chunzong. Furthermore, this was under the condition that Kong Yuan had transformed into his demon form, while Chunzong had not. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Good. The Green Ape emissary said 3 words in a row. Although Kong Yuan was his right-hand man and an elite of the Black Demon disciples, Chunzong could kill him with one strike. It was enough to prove that Chunzong was stronger. The Green Ape emissary had always advocated the strong to rise to the top and the weak to be eliminated. Take care of him. The green ape emissary waved his hand indifferently. Soon, someone took Kong Yuan's body away. What about my sword and other things? Chunzong asked. The green ape emissary's attitude told him that he had chosen the right path. The leakless body locked his breath and did not leak out. Even the green ape emissary could not sense it. He thought that he had successfully merged with the blood essence of the demon beast, but in fact he had not. It should be said that the power contained in the blood essence had been completely absorbed by him, and the impurities related to the demon beast had been completely removed. Chunzong knew that even so, he was no match for the green ape emissary. If the green ape emissary was serious, one strike would be enough to kill him. It was unwise to resist. He would first numb the green ape emissary, then find a chance to leave this place. Then, he would inform the powerhouses of the Seven Luminaries Martial School to wipe this place out. The first thing was to take back the sword. Without the sword, his strength was already so weak. With the sword in hand, he would definitely be stronger. Come, bring Chunzong's things. The green ape emissary was very happy and immediately gave the order. Soon, the fake frost stream sword, golden silk inner armor, blood jade essence, jade coins, and so on were all delivered to Chunzong. When he received the sword again, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. It seemed to be different from before. Chunzong wanted to draw the sword and practice it, but the green ape emissary and the others were there, so he restrained this impulse. Chunzong, you're now a member of the Black Demon sect. From now on, you will contribute all of your strength to the rise of the Black Demon sect. The green ape emissary said in a domineering tone, I will arrange a new residence for you. Stay there first and familiarize yourself with your strength. Strive to break through to the Qi training realm. When you reach the Qi training realm, you may be qualified to fight for the position of one of the 360 emissaries. Then, you will be on the same level as me. Chunzong did not respond, but nodded. Seeing Chunzong like this, the green ape emissary did not say anything. Perhaps the other party still had some resistance now, but it did not matter. As time passed, and he felt more powerful, he would gradually eliminate that resistance and accept it completely. Soon, Chunzong left the sealed secret room and was brought to a cave. The cave was very wide. Although the layout inside was simple, it had a wild atmosphere. This was Chunzong's future residence. For the time being, at least Chunzong thought so. The cave was spacious enough. Not only could it be used for living, but it could also be used for cultivation. There was enough space to practice swordsmanship. On one side of the open space, there were 10 precious iron pillars as thick as a person's waist. Each pillar was 3 meters tall. Outside the cave, there were 4 disciples of the Black Demon sect standing. The green ape emissary said that he was there to serve Chunzong, but his actual purpose was to monitor Chunzong. After all, Chunzong was not loyal yet, so he had to be on guard. Chunzong did not show any abnormalities. He completely accepted the green ape emissary's arrangement. His purpose was to make the green ape emissary let down his guard as much as possible. Then, he would slowly find an opportunity to leave and return to the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy. Chapter 130. Second update. Inside the cave, the flame flickered, illuminating the entire cave. The sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. The first impression one would have upon hearing it was that it was sharp. The sound of wind breaking was very pure and did not contain any impurities. It was astonishingly sharp. Among the 10 iron stakes, one of them was wielding a sword. The sword light was like snow, but also like frost flowing through. The chill suddenly dropped, and the surrounding air felt like it was about to freeze. The frost-like sword light flashed and immediately left sword marks on the 3 iron pillars. Each mark was of the same length and depth, as if it had been deliberately calculated. It demonstrated amazing control. Endless flow. With a low growl, Chunzong threw out his sword. The sword light was like a river, continuously surging forward. Shoo! 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 The air was pierced through, and instantly, dozens of sword light beams were extremely horrifying. The first iron pillar was directly destroyed, and the second iron pillar was not spared either. Half of it was directly destroyed. It should be known that the refined iron piles here were 2 to 3 times thicker than the refined iron piles in Tianyao Hall. Chunzong's ability to destroy 1.5 thick refined iron piles in one move showed that his strength had greatly improved compared to before. This was the result of the true sword heavenly supreme skill reaching the 6th stage. The power of the sword had increased by 100%. After his cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, his strength had increased and his speed had increased. The endless flow had also reached the realm of minute subtlety, and its power had also increased. I wonder how far my strength is from a martial artist at the first transition of the Qi refining realm? Chunzong thought to himself. The Qi and Blood realm was the first major realm of a martial artist, and the Qi refining realm was the second. The difference between the major realms was very obvious, but to what extent? Chunzong did not have a clear idea. After all, the first opponent he encountered in the Qi refining realm was Bloodbat Envoy. He was seriously injured and did not know how strong he was. The second opponent was Green Ape Envoy. His cultivation was obviously higher than a martial artist at the second transition of the Qi refining realm. He was at the third or even fourth transition. He had no idea how strong a martial artist at the first transition of the Qi refining realm was. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong cleared his mind and drew his sword once again. Endless flow. Endless flow. The refined iron pillars were destroyed one after another. In just 3 blinks of an eye, all of the refined iron pillars were destroyed. For martial artists, this kind of continuous outburst would consume a lot of qi and blood, and would also consume a lot of physical strength. However, Chunzong did not feel much of it. The purity of pure yang qi and blood was amazing. Destroying these fine iron piles would consume very little of his qi, and he would be able to recover in a short time. From this point alone, one could see how terrifying the great perfection of the vitality realm was. As long as one's vitality force and physical strength were not exhausted in an instant, they would be able to recover rapidly and maintain their peak condition. The same applied to their mental strength as well. They were practically fighting machines that did not know fatigue. Even if their opponent was slightly stronger than them, they would still be exhausted to death. "Come on, change the stakes," Chunzong shouted loudly. His voice contained a shocking momentum and a kind of fierceness. Soon, someone came in and took away the destroyed iron piles. After a while, a new pile was brought in. During this time, "How has Chunzong been?" Green Ape Messenger asked the people below. Reported to Sir Green Ape Messenger, Chunzong has been cultivating every day. He has already changed the 7th batch of iron piles. The people below replied respectfully. The 7th batch. Green Ape Messenger was shocked. The iron piles were incredibly hard. It would be difficult for someone in the vitality realm to destroy them. They would need to be hit multiple times. Chunzong had only been in the cave for 10 days, and he had already changed the 7th batch of iron piles. Good. No matter how many there are, change them for him, Green Ape Messenger said with a smile. The more powerful Chunzong was, the happier and more relieved he was. This meant that Chunzong's potential was amazing. When he grew up, he would be even more terrifying. Moreover, it was an undeniable fact that Chunzong had successfully integrated with the bloodline of a demon. In this world, only people from the Black Demon sect could do so. Whether Chunzong was willing to admit it or not, he was still a member of the Black Demon sect. In addition, Chunzong had destroyed 6 batches of iron piles in 10 days. In Green Ape Messenger's opinion, he was not hiding his strength. This meant that he was not deliberately hiding it. Cultivate. True Sword Sky's skill had reached the 6th level. This was the highest level, and it could not be improved anymore. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the vitality realm. It was a legendary limit that was thought to be fake. Unless he broke through to the force training realm, he could not improve any further. Chunzong did not even need to pay attention to him. His body's strength would automatically circulate, and he would be in peak condition at all times. In this way, Chunzong could save time on cultivating techniques and improving his cultivation base. He could use all of it on the cultivation of swordsmanship. Gradually, Chunzong realized that the peak of the vitality realm had some effect on his spiritual willpower. It seemed to be strengthening his spiritual willpower bit by bit, making it more complete and transparent. Shadow Sword Technique. Willow Sword Technique. Eagle Strike Sword Technique. Thunderbolt Sword Technique. True Sword 8 Forms. Diffraction Sword Technique. Lone Star Sword Technique. Long Flow Sword Technique. Chunzong repeatedly cultivated one sword technique after another. Every one of them had reached the imperceptible realm, and he had completely grasped the essence of each. He also cultivated the iron-shattering hand, wind step, shadow body technique. He did not miss any of them. Perhaps it was because his cultivation base had reached the peak of the vitality realm, and his spiritual willpower had become stronger and more complete. Chunzong could feel himself improving every day he cultivated. It was as if there were sparks of inspiration clashing at every moment. The 13th day was a cloudy day. Inside the cave, Chunzong could feel it very clearly. It was very oppressive, and he could not help but walk out of the cave. Chunzong had not taken a single step out of the cave for a full 13 days since he had stayed in the cave. Looking up, the world was dark and gloomy. It was clearly daytime, but it felt like night had arrived. The air was oppressive, and even the wind had stopped. It was as if everything had frozen. Dark clouds rolled and hung low, as if the sky was collapsing. It was difficult to breathe, and was very uncomfortable. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere was gloomy. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. It came from an unknown place, and in an instant, it broke the suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. The wind suddenly became stronger, and it turned into a roaring hurricane. The dark clouds in the sky slowly moved. As they moved, it gave people a heavy feeling. It was as if mountains were moving, and the world was suddenly changing. Looking around, Chunzong was surrounded by mountains and dark shadows. As if he had good fortune, he looked up at the sky. Coincidentally, an incomparably dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the thick and heavy dark clouds. The astonishing power was like a heavenly sword in Chunzong's eyes, bringing with it incomparably sharp and domineering. It directly cut through the thick layer of dark clouds with unstoppable force. The dark clouds that looked as thick as mountains did not have the slightest resistance. It was as weak as a thin paper under a sharp sword. Crack! Rumble! When the dazzling bolt of lightning struck down, a deafening sound that pierced through the eardrums was heard. It rolled, and it was endless. Chunzong was stunned. That dazzling and domineering bolt of lightning not only split the thick dark clouds, but also a shackle in his mind. In an instant, it was as if countless inspirations were gushing out. However, the inspirations were scattered like fragments, and it was difficult to gather them. Chunzong entered a strange state. Without thinking, he just stared at the sky. After the first dazzling bolt of lightning, there was a second and a third. Soon, the sky was occupied by dazzling white flashes of lightning one after another. The thick dark clouds were all torn and shattered. I see. Chunzong murmured to himself. In his eyes, countless white flashes of lightning and thunder were reflected, and it was like a divine light. Countless fragments of inspirations were gathered and gradually became one. Chunzong immediately turned around and strode into the cave. When he was 5 meters away from the refined iron pile, he instantly pulled out his sword. At the same time, the fragments of inspirations in his mind completely gathered and condensed into a bolt of lightning that struck down from the sky. It was also like a sword that chopped down with unparalleled momentum. The sword, it was too fast. The arm disappeared, leaving behind only a beam of sword light. That sword light was as cold as snow, but it was also dazzling. It lit up the entire cave, making it impossible for people to look at it directly. It turned into a bolt of lightning and thunder, tearing through the air in a flash. In less than half a blink of an eye, the lightning and thunder sword light had already crossed the 5-meter distance with unparalleled sharpness and dominance, as if it could destroy everything in its way. Under the lightning sword light, the first refined iron pile was as fragile as a piece of tofu and was directly destroyed. The lightning sword light did not weaken at all and shot towards the second refined iron pile. One after another, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, destroying everything in its path. The whole process seemed to have lasted for a long time, but in fact, it was only a blink of an eye. The dazzling lightning sword light disappeared, and the fifth refined iron pile was shaking and almost breaking. The first four refined iron piles were completely cut off, and the cut was rough and irregular. Shenzong's face was pale. His body shook, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Immediately, he quickly circulated his qi and blood and quickly recovered. His pale face regained some color after 3 blinks, and after 10 blinks, he looked no different from a normal person. After 30 blinks, his qi and blood had recovered by 50%, and his physical strength had also recovered by 30%. It should be noted that the sword light was a burst of inspiration, and it was not under Chunzong's control at all. The sword light consumed all of his qi and blood in an instant, and his physical strength was also depleted in an instant. Apart from the forbidden art, it was a sword attack with all of his strength. If it were other martial artists who did not take any elixirs, it would take them at least 2 to 3 hours to recover, but Chunzong did it in less than a minute. It was too fast, and this was under the condition that he did not use the Blood Agility Jade Essence. Although it consumed a lot of energy, its power was also very terrifying. Looking at the 4 refined iron piles that were cut off in front of him, Chunzong could not help but take a deep breath. This kind of power was many times stronger than the immeasurable flow of the imperceptible realm. It should be noted that there was a distance of 1 meter between each refined iron pile. Destroying the first pile would consume part of one's strength, and crossing the distance of 1 meter would also consume part of one's strength. If one were to continuously destroy the piles, the difficulty would multiply, and so would the power. Chapter 131. Third update. Dominator of the 6 realms continues to write. Great iron shattering hand. He waved his left palm. Translucent blood vessels appeared on the front of his palm. The palm seemed slow, but was actually fast as it struck the fine iron pillar. With a bang, the sturdy iron pillar trembled. The middle part of the pillar caved in, and the outline of a palm print slightly protruded from the back. What was strange was that the entire iron pillar was still perfectly straight, without the slightest bend. When he pulled out his palm, the lines on the palm print could be seen clearly. Chunzong exhaled. Although the great iron shattering hand was still in the minute subtlety realm, its application was much better than before. Its power was also more condensed, especially with the boost of pure yang qi and blood. It was even more terrifying. The full power of such a powerful palm consumed about 10% of his qi and blood, which was the same as the endless flow. It was fully recovered in 3 blinks of an eye. In the past, although his qi and blood were purer than normal qi and blood realm martial artists, the power was actually the same. The only difference was that it consumed less and recovered faster, allowing him to perform more ranked martial arts consecutively. Now that his qi and blood were 10 times purer than before and had turned into pure yang qi and blood, the basic power had increased by 5,000 pounds. The consumption ratio was even higher than normal qi and blood. Without considering the recovery speed, it was actually impossible to perform ranked martial arts consecutively too many times. It was just that the recovery speed was extremely fast, and with a good rhythm, it was possible to perform limitlessly. Of course, performing limitlessly was also a theory. After all, the recovery of qi and blood consumed the energy in the blood, which was absorbed from the body. However, the leakless body would recycle the excess energy, but it still needed to replenish the body's energy after multiple uses. It was certain that his battle endurance would be greatly improved. After practicing the great iron-shattering hand, Chunzong began to practice his sword technique. With his sword in the scabbard, Chunzong stared straight ahead. Extreme Flash Thunder Slayer. With a low shout, a sharp light shot out from his eyes, like blazing lightning striking down. His right arm flashed and disappeared. The fake frost-flowing sword was unsheathed. The frost-like sword light turned into a frosty lightning, emitting an extremely dazzling light. In less than a blink of an eye, it tore through the air. The fierce and domineering aura seemed to be able to pierce and shatter everything under the sword into pieces. The distance of a few meters was ignored, and the first iron pillar was pierced through. Then, the lightning-like sword light pierced through the second iron pillar and disappeared. The two iron stakes fell at the same time and were cut in half. The cut was smooth, but if one looked closely, they would find that it was still a little rough. Using 10% of my stamina and 10% of my pure yang energy to activate the Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword is at least 5 times more powerful than the Tittle Realm Long Flow Sword. Chunzong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. This sword was the result of the Foundation Establishment sword art, the Flash Thunder Sword art, being cultivated to the extreme. It was a mixture of the essences of various other sword arts. In the end, when he saw lightning and thunder tear apart the layers of dark clouds, he completely comprehended it. Just like the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword, this was a sword technique at the true secret realm. Just this one move was extremely powerful. The Extreme Flash Thunder Sword art and the Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword art are both true mystery level sword arts, but they are different, Chunzong thought to himself. The Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword art's mysteries lay in its light and shadow. It mainly interfered with one's vision, making one unable to see or hear. Even one's senses would be weakened, and one would be struck by the sword. This move was actually not that powerful. The Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword art was different. This was a sword art that focused purely on killing power. It used the intense sword light to condense blinding light, and the sword was extremely fast. It was like a flash of lightning, and its power was tyrannical. It destroyed everything like thunder. Fast and ruthless, full of destructive power. This was the secret of the Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword art. The Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword art, which was also activated with 10% of his stamina and 10% of his pure yang energy, was only slightly stronger than the Tittle Realm Long Flow Sword art. It was probably only 10% stronger, which was obviously different from the Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword art. However, the Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword art was already mature, while the Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword art was still a bit rough. Just by looking at the broken iron stakes, one could tell that it would take a lot of practice to master. Day after day passed. Chunzong's Extreme Flash Lightning Slaughter Sword technique had been added to his list of cultivation techniques. Apart from that, he continued to delve deeper into the mysteries of the blood ignition technique and the blood boiling technique, hoping that he would be able to create an even better forbidden technique that would greatly increase his strength. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had been in the cave for a month. After a month of cultivation, his cultivation base hadn't changed at all. However, he had more or less familiarized himself with the various abilities of the perfect Blood Chi realm. In addition, his strength had also increased significantly. This was especially true for the Extreme Flash Thunder Killing Sword art, which had reached the Truth Realm. Its power was even more terrifying. The power of the perfect Blood Chi realm allowed this kind of Truth Realm sword art to go from a killing move that could only be used once or twice to an attack that was comparable to a ranked martial art. In the past, his stamina wasn't strong enough, and his Blood Chi was limited. If he didn't unleash the full power of the Truth Realm sword art, it wouldn't be very powerful. The copper-reinforced steel increased his stamina, and the perfect Blood Chi realm allowed Chunzong's stamina to multiply. His pure Yang Blood Chi realm also contained a terrifying amount of power. The combination of the two was more powerful than 1 + 1. My foundation is still far from enough, Chunzong muttered to himself. He wanted to create an even more powerful forbidden technique, but even after a month of hard work, he still hadn't made any progress. After all, forbidden techniques contain many profound mysteries. However, if I use the blood boiling technique, can I use the blood ignition technique as well? Chunzong suddenly had a thought. After careful analysis, he felt that it was worth a try. After activating the third layer of the blood boiling technique, his blood chi began to boil, and an even more powerful energy filled his entire body. Blood ignition technique. After finishing his preparations, Chenzong used his more powerful consciousness to control the boiling blood chi in his body. It was very difficult, but fortunately his consciousness was stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it. The boiling blood chi's high temperature instantly caused sparks to fly as it collided with each other. Chenzong seemed to hear a sizzling sound. Instantly, an even more powerful energy exploded forth. Chenzong struck out with his palm. This palm strike didn't contain any martial arts. It was just a normal palm strike that contained the power of blood chi. However, its power was frighteningly strong. It directly caused the fine iron pillar to tremble. With a bang, it bent greatly from the point of impact. An irregular palm print appeared where the palm had landed, and there seemed to be cracks on the edges of the palm print. Even though the marks were different, Chenzong could sense that the power of this palm strike was very strong. It probably wasn't much weaker than the great iron-shattering hand. The third layer of the blood-boiling technique increases my strength by 1,000 kilograms. The blood ignition technique originally increased my strength by 1,000 kilograms, but for some reason, it increased my strength by 3,000 kilograms, causing my strength to instantly increase by 5,000 kilograms. Originally, Chenzong's arm strength was 1,000 kilograms. When he circulated his pure yang blood chi, it increased his strength by 14,000 kilograms, which was a total of 15,000 kilograms. After the third layer of the blood boiling technique increased his strength by 2,000 kilograms, and the blood ignition technique increased his strength by 3,000 kilograms, it immediately reached a shocking 20,000 kilograms. The increase in strength is strong enough, but it also consumes a lot of energy. I actually used up half of my pure yang blood chi in an instant. Chenzong was shocked. This also meant that this method actually didn't increase the efficiency of the pure yang blood chi by much, but overall, wasn't bad. Let's call this method blood boiling explosion. It could be used as a kind of trump card. Another half a month passed. A sword tore through the sky like lightning and cut through two fine iron pillars. The cut was smooth and flat, without the slightest trace of roughness. I've reached the pinnacle of the extreme Flash Thunder Slayer, and I'm also proficient in the blood-boiling explosion. I've already reached the limit of what I can do, Chenzong thought to himself. He was somewhat distressed. It seemed that there was no way to increase his strength any further. Chenzong, I now give you a mission. The Azure Ape Envoy summoned Chenzong to his cave and looked down at him from above. What mission? Chenzong was neither servile nor overbearing. Kong Yuan's original mission was to hide in the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy and find an opportunity to bring the genius disciples of the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy here to strengthen the Black Demon sect. Kong Yuan was killed by you, so his mission will be yours. The Azure Ape Envoy said, in addition, your strength is much stronger than Kong Yuan's. Especially during this period of time, you have mastered your own strength and become even stronger. You should be able to enter the 4 great academies. After you enter the 4 great academies, I want you to find an opportunity to bring the disciples of the 4 great academies to me. When the Black Demon sect dominates the world one day, you and I will be great contributors. When the time comes, the sect master will reward us. The Azure Ape Envoy's eyes were filled with zeal. Chenzong's expression didn't change at all. Okay, remember, don't take any chances because you have now merged with the bloodline of a demon beast. Whether you want to admit it or not, you will always be a member of the Black Demon sect. The Azure Ape Envoy knocked Chenzong and warned him sternly, once your identity is exposed, the human warriors will never let you go. I know. Chenzong still had an indifferent look on his face. In fact, other than himself, no one else knew that he had not merged with the bloodline of a demon beast, but had completely subdued and absorbed the power contained in the demon beast bloodline and removed the disadvantages. It was completely the bloodline of a human and had nothing to do with a demon beast. He couldn't say such things, or the Azure Ape Envoy would never let him go. Now that he had been here for a month and a half, other than cultivating, he had not done anything out of the ordinary. Presumably, the Azure Ape Envoy had some trust in him. Coupled with the so-called suppression of the demon beast bloodline, the Azure Ape Envoy had given him a mission to carry out. In any case, it was best to leave this place. Chi Fei will be your assistant and assist you, the Azure Ape Envoy said. Okay. Shenzong nodded in agreement. Go, don't let me down, the Azure Ape Envoy said. Shenzong and Chi Fei left and returned to the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy. With Shenzong as the leader, Chi Fei was actually very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Shenzong's strength was too strong. Even if he had turned into a demon beast, he was still no match for him. He could only obey. Changing a batch of refined iron piles a day will cost you tens of thousands of white jade coins each time. Even a big family can't afford this. The Azure Ape Envoy said to himself as he watched Shenzong and Chi Fei leave. He felt a little pained. After a month and a half, Shenzong had used up at least 400,000 white jade coins to change the refined iron piles, and this was still a small number. Chapter 132. Fourth update. Added for Gujin Wuxin and all the seniors and juniors who donated monthly votes. When he returned to Tianyao Hall and reported to his mentor, he was naturally questioned. Meng Changchun and Kong Yuan are both dead. The mentor frowned and felt a little regretful. The two of them were ranked in the top 10 and had some hope of entering the 4 great academies. However, there was no other way. There were gains and deaths in the outside world. What was worth being happy about was that the mentor could feel that Chi Fei's aura had become stronger, which meant that his strength had increased. As for Shenzong, he was more mysterious, but the mentor was looking forward to the next shock he would bring. He returned to his own building first before heading to the elixir building. The tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills that he had accumulated for more than a month was very impressive. There were more than 100 of them. Shenzong had already refined steel, so the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills effect was negligible. He could sell it or give it to others. Shenzong took some tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills and headed to Tianyao Hall. Sister, this is the tiger leopard tendon strengthening pill. It can strengthen the tendons and meridians. If you don't have enough, come find me for more. Shenzong handed over 20 tiger leopard strengthening tendons pills to Chen Chuyun. In terms of market price, it was worth 1 million white jade money. Chen Chuyun was extremely shocked. Some time ago, because of his relationship with the chief senior sister, he had obtained one for free, so he knew its value. He did not expect to receive 20 at once. However, since it was given by Shenzong, Chen Chuyun did not hold back. The two of them exchanged pointers. In fact, it was Shenzong who was teaching Chen Chuyun. After that, Shenzong left. Unknowingly, you have completely surpassed me, Chen Chuyun said to himself. Thinking back, he was at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and Shenzong was a martial disciple. It seemed like only yesterday that they came to his courtyard to practice swordsmanship every day. But now, Shenzong had completely surpassed him and could teach him. Chen Chuyun felt very gratified and motivated. After finding Li Jinshi and chatting for a while, Shenzong gave 10 tiger leopard tendon strengthening pills to Li Jinshi. On the 3rd floor of the small building, Shenzong unsheathed his sword. The frosty sword light cut through the air and penetrated the fine iron pile. Zhang Xian drew his sword, and with a flick of his wrist, the blade of the sword began to morph continuously. A single sword had 8 transformations, and, just as it was about to morph into the 9th, it paused for a moment before continuing. At first glance, it looked like a sword with 9 transformations because of its fast speed. But Shenzong knew very well that was not the case. The real one sword, 9 transformations, should be instantaneous, without the slightest pause. He had practiced it many times, but in the end he was still lacking something. He was unable to achieve complete coherence. Sheathing his sword, Zong flicked his finger and hit the fine iron stake. The fine iron stake vibrated with an ear-piercing sound. The spot where his finger had hit had a dent. Iron-cracking finger. The human-level superb grade martial art. Initial realm. All of his sword arts and martial arts had been cultivated to the tittle realm, and he was extremely proficient in them. It was as if he had reached the tittle realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to make any more breakthroughs. The true realm was very difficult to break through. Just look at the sky light, cloud shadow sword art, and the extreme flash thunder killing sword art. He had only comprehended them by chance after such a long time. Moreover, Zong also felt that the further he progressed, the more difficult it would be to comprehend the true realm. He did not know the reason behind it. As for his cultivation, he was still unclear about how to break through to the training realm. Zong decided to practice more martial arts. For a martial artist, the more martial arts they cultivated, the deeper their accumulation would be. After all, every martial arts had its own essence and mysteries. Mastering a trace of essence and mystery would form a kind of precipitation and accumulation, and naturally, one's comprehension of martial arts would be deeper. That kind of quintessence was not completely independent. They more or less had something in common. Grasping that common point would be helpful to his future cultivation of martial arts. If possible, a far-sighted warrior would want to practice more martial arts. The more the better. Unfortunately, time and energy were limited. They could only focus on 1, 2, or 3 martial arts. Zong had been like this before, but not now. The completion of the blood-chi realm seemed to have stimulated his potential in the blood-chi realm to the limit, allowing him to practice more martial arts. After using the iron-cracking finger, Zong threw a kick. A whistling sound was heard, like a gust of wind. It directly whipped the fine iron pile, causing it to bend. The extreme-grade mortal realm martial art, wild wind leg art. Initial realm. Zong quickly mastered the iron-cracking finger and the wild wind leg art. The completion realm. Then the completion realm. Zong had not told the mentors and the Martial Arts Institute about the Black Demon Sect stronghold. He had planned to tell them, but after careful consideration, he decided to keep it a secret. If he told them, they would most likely find out about the fusion of demonic beast blood. That was not the main point. After all, he was different from the Black Demon Sect martial artists. He had a pure human bloodline. The problem was the completion of the blood-chi realm. At the very least, most martial artists who knew about the completion of the blood-chi realm thought it was fake. However, Zong had achieved it. It was hard to say if it would lead to some trouble. What would happen to him then? Would he be focused on training? Or would he be imprisoned for research? If the Black Demon Sect knew, would they send stronger martial artists to capture him? In the end, even if his cultivation had reached the completion of the blood-chi realm, he could defeat anyone in the blood-chi realm. There was still the training realm and the true martial realm above him. It was hard to say what the result would be. Zong had learned from his mistakes. He considered the problem more carefully. When his strength was insufficient, he would hide it first unless he had enough power to protect himself. After some thought, Zong decided not to say anything for the time being. He would do his best to improve his strength. At this time, a long time had passed. In 3 days, it will be the triennial disciple recruitment of the 4 academies. All of you should prepare yourselves. The mentors gathered everyone in Tianyao Hall and announced, "We're here." Everyone's eyes lit up. Meng Changchun and Kong Yuan had died. The original 29 people had become 27. However, during this period of time, there were 2 successful challengers. They were Yi Qianren and Zhang Ning. They had become disciples of Tianyao Hall. The total number of people was 29. It was Zong's first time seeing the top 3 people. The third was Yin Zhongxing. He looked serious and mature. He was only in his early 20s, but he looked like he was in his mid-20s. The second was Lu Shuiyan. She was a charming woman. She had a kind of gentle beauty and outstanding charm. She held a saber in her left hand. The first was Gu Xiaolin. He was handsome and elegant in his white martial attire. He carried a precious iron sword with a white jade hilt on his back. The aura of these 3 people was completely different from the other disciples. Perhaps it was because they were training realm martial artists. Gu Xiaolin, Lu Shuiyan, Yin Zhongjing. The three of you are at the first revolution of the training realm. As long as you can perform normally and your luck is not too bad, you will definitely enter the 4 academies. The mentor said. He glanced at Qinzong and the others. As for the rest of you, as long as your luck is not too bad, you will have a 50% chance of entering the 4 academies. In other words, if their luck was not good enough, they would most likely lose their chance. Remember, your opponents will be the disciples of the other 4 academies. The Ultimate Martial Academy's disciples have the strongest overall strength. In addition, there will be some outstanding disciples from other forces who will also participate. The 4 academies recruited disciples once every 3 years. The requirement was that they must not be older than 24 years old. Among the people present, the oldest was 22 years old. The youngest was Chunzong, who was not even 18 years old. Most people would have another chance even if they failed this time. It would be best if they could succeed on their first try. In addition, there's one more thing you must remember. Every academy and every force will have a batch of disciples who failed last time. They will also participate this time. Even if they have not broken through to the training realm, their strength is still very terrifying. You must pay attention to them. Finally, the mentor said. Everyone was stunned. None of the people present were the ones who stayed last time. In other words, other than the 29 of them, there would be other disciples participating in the 7 Lights Martial Academy. After some preparation, everyone immediately set off under the guidance of the mentors and the deacons of the academies towards the ultimate martial main city. Dozens of fierce red horses galloped at an extremely fast speed. One day later, everyone could see the outline of the ultimate martial main city. It was located on an endless plain. The city walls were 20 meters tall and filled with a heavy aura. There were patches of dark red mottled on the city walls. Those were the bloodstains of demon beasts left behind a long time ago. They exuded an invisible, killing intent. Looking at it from afar, everyone felt a sense of shock, even if it was not their first time seeing it. Compared to it, Martial Wind City was like a toddler who had just learned to walk compared to an Iron Tower brawny man. The 5 great main cities of the Eastern continent used to be huge cities during the era of kingdoms. During the Dark Age, they were modified and strengthened by numerous martial practitioners and have been passed down to this day. They had a long history, at least 1,000 years old. Ultimate Martial Main City had 4 huge city gates. Each of them was 8 meters tall and 10 meters wide. They were wide open, and on both sides of the city gates stood 4 light, armored martial practitioners armed with swords. The aura emanating from each of them told Qinzong and the others that they were martial practitioners at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm Stage 9. Using martial practitioners at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm Stage 9 as gatekeepers highlighted the generosity of the ultimate martial main city. After showing the 7 Lights Martial Academy's identity token, the mentors and the capable refinement stage deacons led the way and stepped into the ultimate martial main city. The street was wide enough to allow 5 large carriages to pass side by side. Shops of all kinds lined both sides of the street. It looked very prosperous and bustling with people coming and going. Martial Wind City could not be compared. Looking from afar, buildings that were more than 10 meters tall could be seen everywhere. Some of the buildings were more than 20 meters or even 30 meters tall. It was a very spectacular sight. This was also something that Martial Wind City did not have. Under the guidance of the mentors, the group turned into a small alley from the main street and stopped in front of a huge courtyard. A temporary plaque was erected in front of the courtyard, and written on it was the residence of the 7 Lights Martial Academy's disciples. Every time this happens, all the restaurants in Ultimate Martial Main City will be full. There will be no room to stay in. Even some private rented rooms will be very tight. Even our 7 Lights Martial Academy had only rented this place 10 days in advance. The mentor said with a smile. After knocking on the door, someone quickly came to open it. The courtyard was quite big. Every 2 people lived in one room, and there were still a few rooms left. A courtyard like this costs 100,000 white jade coins for rent every day. Hearing the Minner's words, Chunzong was immediately shocked. This was not buying a house, but renting a house. 100,000 white jade coins a day. Wasn't every inch of land worth its weight in gold? In fact, this was only temporary. The Four Great Academies' triennial disciple recruitment was a grand event after all. Many martial practitioners would come from all over the world. Even if they were not qualified to participate, they could still watch. Firstly, it was to broaden their horizons. Secondly, it was to increase topics of conversation. Thirdly, they might be inspired and benefit their own cultivation. Due to the large number of people, the rooms were in short supply. The supply could not meet the demand, and the price rose accordingly. After the Four Great Academies' disciple recruitment was over, the price would return to normal. You say you're cheating? Yes, you are. There was no other way. Even if you don't stay, someone will. It was all for this grand event that happens once every 3 years. If the Seven Lights Martial Academy did not rent a house 10 days in advance and only came now, they probably would not have a place to rest. Wait until the start of the recruitment? That would be too hasty and not in a good state. A grand event like this was something that every force would attach great importance to. If they were to lose because of a little bad state, it would undoubtedly be a very depressing thing. Chapter 133. Part 1. Chunzong and Jianing stayed in the same room, and their relationship was quite good. The food was not bad at dinner. Not only was it delicious, but it was also sumptuous. There was also some good wine, and everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest. The day after tomorrow is the triennial disciple recruitment of the Four Great Academies. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. Zhang Ying's tone was a little excited, and he immediately looked at Chunzong. Brother Chun, why do you look like you're not nervous at all? There's nothing to be nervous about. What will come will come. Chunzong smiled slightly. You have such a good attitude. Zhang Ying smiled, as if he was also a little affected by Chunzong, and he was not as nervous as before. After chatting for a while, Zhang Ying began to cultivate and purify his vitality as much as possible. To break through from the peak of Vitality Stage 9 to the Force Training Realm, the most important thing was to have a sufficiently pure vitality. This required time and effort to slowly polish, and there were almost no shortcuts. In addition, one's mind and willpower must be strong enough. Only when the two were combined and guided by one's mind and willpower, a new type of energy was extracted from one's physique and vitality. It was called inner force, and only then could one become a force training realm martial artist. Under normal circumstances, vitality could only be slowly purified, and mind and willpower could only be slowly honed. Therefore, after martial artists reached the peak of Vitality Stage 9, they often needed a year or even longer to settle down. Some martial artists could not even break through in 3 to 5 years, and some were even worse, being stuck at a bottleneck for 10 to 20 years. In terms of the purity of vitality, Chunzong had not only reached it, but also far surpassed it. After all, there was no vitality that could compare to pure yang vitality in terms of purity. While returning to the Seven Lights Martial Academy, Chunzong spent his time either cultivating or flipping through various books. He also continuously researched himself. In the end, he came to the conclusion that it would be much more difficult for him to break through to the force refinement stage compared to the normal peak of the Qi and Blood Realm 9th stage. After all, the power of his vitality was too pure. This kind of foundation was incomparably vigorous. The cultivation of the great perfection of the vitality realm and the copper skin reinforced steel also made Chunzong's physique far stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. To extract inner force from this kind of physique and pure yang vitality, one had to have an extremely strong spiritual will. Right now, it was still not enough. At the very least, the spirit and willpower must be completely integrated into one, Chunzong said to himself. Due to the fact that he had perfected his vitality realm, his spirit and will were gradually becoming more harmonious. However, it was not truly harmonious yet. At the very least, it would take a few more months. Zong did not have a better way to refine his spirit and willpower, so he could only let it be. He concentrated on comprehending the sword art. The sword was his foundation. The more he practiced, the more he felt that way. In the middle of the night, Zong finished his meditation and lay down to rest. Soon, he fell asleep. The night was as cool as water, and the moonlight was faint. Zong was already practicing his swordsmanship in the big yard. It was just a very ordinary swordsmanship. Every stroke looked slow and direct, and the trajectory was clear. Ordinary martial artists could not tell what was real and what was not. What a brilliant swordsmanship! Gu Xiaolin was stunned, paying more attention to Zong. In the seemingly simple and direct swordsmanship, there seemed to be a kind of clumsiness, like returning to simplicity. It was a bit exaggerated to say that. After all, even Gu Xiaolin had not reached that level. He only had a trace of that feeling. However, he was not in the strength-refining realm after all. He was no match for Gu Xiaolin, so he did not need to pay too much attention to him. Lu Shuiyin and Yin Zhongjing basically had the same idea. Zong, who ranked 4th, could only get their attention because of his swordsmanship attainments. The others were not qualified. After all, the strength-refining realm and the vitality realm were two big realms. There was a huge gap between them. Zong practiced his swordsmanship. He did not care about other people's gazes. He just waved his sword casually. There was nothing special about it. It was a combination of various foundational swordsmanship. His sword followed his heart. He was more looking for inspiration. That was why it looked so simple and direct. Up to now, one sword with 9 changes was still not smooth and harmonious. At this moment, the closed door was pushed open. 8 people strode in one after another. Each of them had a shocking aura fluctuation, as if they brought a gust of wind with them. It was frightening. You are this year's new disciples. You look good. 3 of you have reached the strength-refining realm. The leader's gaze was sharp and domineering. Only Gu Xiaolin, the 3 strength-refining realm martial artists, and Zong could look him in the eye. The others, including Qi Fei, could not help but shrink back under his gaze that contained spiritual willpower. He showed off his power as soon as he arrived. However, he was surprised to see that Zong did not shrink back under his gaze. He stared at Zong and found that his aura was smooth and harmonious. He could not see the depth of his aura. He could only be sure that he was in the vitality realm. It was not bad that a vitality realm martial artist was not afraid of his spiritual willpower suppression. However, that was all. After all, some martial artists had stronger spiritual willpower. It was not strange that they were rare. You are Zhang Tianqi. Yin Zhongjing frowned slightly. He felt that the other party looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After thinking carefully, a name flashed through his mind. Among the 29 Tianyao Hall disciples, Yin Zhongjing was indeed the oldest. He was 22 years old. He had entered Tianyao Hall half a year earlier than the others, just before and after the recruitment of the 4 academies. In the last batch of Tianyao Hall disciples, there were also more than 20 participants. In the end, less than 10 entered the 4 academies. More than 10 were eliminated. Zhang Tianqi was one of them. Looking at the other 7 people behind Zhang Tianqi, they were indeed familiar. They were all the previous batch of Tianyao Hall disciples. They were at most 24 years old now. After they were eliminated, their names were still hanging in the 7 Lights Martial Institution. They could also continue to stay in Tianyao Hall. However, Tianyao Hall would no longer provide them with any resources. They had to rely on themselves. Therefore, that batch of disciples chose to leave and go out to train. Now that 3 years had passed, some of them had died in the training, and some of them had passed the age limit. Only Zhang Tianqi and the other 7 were still alive and met the requirements. Naturally, they were unwilling to miss such a grand event. Zong discovered that among the 8 disciples from the previous batch, 6 of them were at the Qi refining realm. Although the other 2 were not, the aura they emitted was very strong. They had completely reached the peak of the Qi and blood realm. Compared to ordinary martial artists at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi and blood realm, they were much stronger. From the looks of it, The other empty rooms in the courtyard were prepared for these people. These 8 people had also officially settled into the small courtyard and were waiting for tomorrow's grand event. Although they were unfamiliar, they were all disciples of the Seven Lights Martial Institution in name. They were all disciples of Tianyao Hall. There were no conflicts between them, so naturally, there would not be any conflicts. However, there was one thing that made people feel uncomfortable. Perhaps because these 8 people felt that they were from the previous batch, or perhaps because their cultivation was higher, the way they looked at Chunzong and the others was always condescending. The way they spoke also had a commanding tone. Of course, this was not the case for Gu Xiaolin and the other 2. These 3 were all martial artists at the first transition of the Qi refining realm, and this was their first time participating. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they could enter the 4 great academies. They were not to be underestimated. Your Chunzong, one of the 2 Qi and Blood Realm martial artists among the 8, was called Wang Minghua. His seemingly scattered footsteps casually walked in front of Chunzong, who was casually practicing sword arts. His gaze was a little condescending as he said casually, "I heard that not long after you entered Tianyao Hall, you challenged the 4th-ranked martial artist and successfully defeated him. Your talent is not bad. What's the matter?" Chunzong's sword paused. His tone was neither high nor low. If the other party was speaking properly, Chunzong naturally would not be so cold. "It's nothing. I just wanted to see if you're bragging." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Minghua immediately drew the long saber at his waist. The cold gleam of the saber was like a waterfall as it slashed towards Chunzong in the blink of an eye. The drawing of the saber and the slashing of the saber was done in a single breath in the blink of an eye. Very quickly, without the slightest hesitation or unnecessary movements. Everything was done with the goal of killing the other party. It could be seen that the 3 years of experience had sharpened Wang Minghua's saber skills to an extremely terrifying level. An ordinary martial artist at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm would not be able to dodge such a strike, let alone defend against it. They would be killed immediately. But for Chunzong, it was not enough. With a flash of his feet, he easily avoided Wang Minghua's saber. A frost-like sword gleam flashed past his eyes, and a chill attacked him. "You have some skills." Wang Minghua was a little surprised. Although he was only ranked 9th 3 years ago, and his cultivation was still at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm, the 3 years of life and death experience had made his Qi and blood extremely pure. His willpower had also reached a high level. Soon, he would be able to break through the shackles, extract inner force, and step into the force training realm. The 3 years of experience had mostly honed his saber techniques. His great martial arts had reached the peak of the realm of perfection. His saber moves were faster and more concise, and everything he did was to pursue the pursuit of killing the enemy. It could be said that the difference between martial artists who had not experienced life and death experiences was very obvious. Even if their cultivation levels were the same, there was a clear distinction between life and death in a battle. Not only did Chunzong easily avoid the attack, but he also counterattacked with his sword. It was so fast that it almost exceeded Wang Minghua's reaction speed. Of course, Wang Minghua was shocked. The gleam of the saber was like a scattered wind blade, cutting towards Chunzong's side. With a flick of his wrist, Chunzong shattered all the gust of the saber. Then, he pointed at Wang Minghua like a cold star. It was fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless, and there was no way to dodge. Wang Minghua reluctantly withdrew his saber and held it in front of him. With a clang, sparks flew. A terrifying force burst forth, as if it wanted to pass through the saber and reach his face. Wang Minghua's expression changed drastically. The force contained in the attack was also unceasing, causing Wang Minghua to take 3 steps back. Not bad, not bad. This strength is much stronger than I was in the past. Wang Minghua's expression changed back and forth. Finally, he squeezed out a smile and sheathed his saber. Many people had seen their fight just now. They did not use any great martial arts, only simple moves and adapted according to the situation. Wang Minghua was the one who was at a disadvantage, but he still spoke in a guiding tone. Shenzong did not respond. After all, the two of them had not really fought, and they had not really angered Shenzong. Otherwise, blood would have been spilled. Chapter 134. Second update. In the afternoon, Shenzong, Zhaning, and Su Zhantian left the courtyard and walked to the main street of the ultimate martial main city like everyone else. The city was bustling, and they wanted to see it for themselves. However, they were going to participate in the 4 Great Academies Disciple Recruitment Exam tomorrow. Time was tight, so they couldn't walk around and could only walk around. After walking for half an hour, the 3 of them walked into a restaurant that looked pretty good. There was an empty table, so they ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. Just like that, they chatted while listening to the conversations of other people in the restaurant. Perhaps it was because of the approaching grand event. Everyone's conversation was about the 4 Great Academies Disciple Recruitment Exam. Just like the previous years, those who are going to participate in the 4 Great Academies Disciple Recruitment Exam should be disciples from those forces. 5 Great Academies, Ultimate Martial Main Cities, 8 Great Academies. Who else are there? The White Dragon Gang's influence is huge. This time, there should be disciples from the gang participating. I think the Dongfang clan's disciples should also participate. Although the Dongfang clan has declined and might not be comparable to the ultimate martial main cities' 8 Great Academies, they're still one of the royal clans of the kingdom era. They have a deep foundation, so it's normal for 1 or 2 top prodigies to appear. There should be disciples from the Iron Finger clan. Although there aren't many of them, every one of them is a prodigy. The disciples of the ultimate martial main cities' 8 Great Academies would usually enter the 5 Great Academies, but not all of them. A small portion of them will be trained by themselves. After all, the 8 Great Academies had a strong foundation, and each of them had at least 2 true martial realm experts. Under their guidance, the results might be better than entering the 5 Great Academies. After Qinzong and the other 2 heard this, they were very surprised. They didn't expect that there would be so many disciples from other forces participating in the exam other than the 5 Great Academies. It seemed like the competition would be very intense. Every time, the 4 Great Academies Disciple Recruitment Exam is different. I wonder what it will be like this time. Apart from the 4 Great Academies, no one knows. We will find out tomorrow. The 4 Great Academies Disciple Recruitment Exam was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the elimination round. As the name suggested, the elimination round would first eliminate a portion of the participants. Only those who could pass the elimination round would be qualified to become a disciple of the 4 academies. It should be known that those who were able to participate in the assessment were all more outstanding than ordinary warriors. They could be called elites. To be able to pass the elimination round, in addition to their own luck, they also needed to have excellent strength. They could be called elites among elites. Only then would they have the qualifications to enter the 4 Great Academies. The previous elimination round was a battle royale. No one knew what it would be this time. Everyone was very curious and kept guessing. Why don't we guess who will be in the top 10 of the training stage in the ranking competition after the elimination round? Sure, I think Nangong Tianzi of the Nangong family will be one of them. He might even be able to get into the top 3. The ultimate martial academy's Ouyang Jinlin is also very strong. He is an extremely terrifying sword cultivator. He will definitely be ranked in the top 10. And the young master of the White Dragon Gang, Shui Zhantao, is also very strong. Don't forget the disciple of the Iron Finger sect, Fang Jinlong. His Iron Finger technique is extremely terrifying. He can pierce through treasured iron. Everyone named the strong young warriors in their minds one by one. What surprised Qinzong and the other 2 was that Gu Xiaolin and the other 2 were not mentioned. It was unclear whether it was because there were too few people who knew about them or because their strength was not recognized. Don't forget, there are some who were eliminated in the previous round. After 3 years of hard work, their strength must be even stronger. Some of them might be able to get into the top 10. That's true. In that case, there are too many people who might be in the top 10. Why don't we talk about the Chi and Blood Realm warriors who might be in the top 10? There are more Chi and Blood Realm warriors than Training Realm warriors. It is more difficult to name a top 10. After all, if one's luck is bad, they might not be able to pass the elimination round. That's true. However, I think there are still some people who, even if their luck is average, will definitely be able to pass the elimination round and enter the top 10. Oh, who are they? Immediately, many people's interest was piqued. Chun Zong and the other two were also listening attentively. Nangong Honglai of the Nangong family. This person was born with divine strength. When he became a warrior, his arm strength was already 3,000 pounds. He is very terrifying. His fist strength is fierce, and his legs are violent. There are few who can match him under the training realm. It is said that he once fought 2 rounds with a training realm first transition martial artist and did not lose. It is said that Nangong Honglie's talent is even above Nangong Tianzi's. The only difference is his age. He is definitely in the top 10. I know of a person called Qin Shijia. He is known for his superb perception. He can comprehend the essence of any martial art and reach the perfection realm in a short time. He can reach the minute subtlety realm without spending too much time. Everyone expressed their opinions and mentioned the top geniuses they knew. There were disciples of the ultimate martial institution, disciples of the White Dragon Gang, disciples of the Dongfang family, Nangong family, and Iron Finger clan. In the last round, Zhong Chongyue from the Seven Lights Martial Institution made it into the top 10 of the Qi and Blood Realm and was ranked 9th. This time, will the Seven Lights Martial Institution also have a disciple who can make it into the top 10? I don't think there's anyone in the Qi and Blood Realm. I don't think there's anyone in the Qi and Blood Realm either. I heard that there's a person called Chun Zong. He seems to be pretty good, but he can't compare to top geniuses like Qin Shijia and Nangong Honglai. I don't think he has a chance to make it into the top 10. They didn't know that Chun Zong was here. Of course, even if they did know, they wouldn't have avoided it. After all, Chun Zong had suddenly disappeared for almost 2 months. Those 2 months were also the time when the top geniuses truly revealed their talents and entered the eyes of the world. Naturally, he was ignored. Brother Chun, you have been underestimated, Zhang Ying said with a smile. The more he interacted with Chun Zong, the more he felt that Chun Zong was strong. Underestimating or not is only on the surface. Chun Zong said with a smile, we will only know who is strong and who is weak after we fight. There was a kind of indescribable confidence in his words. Chun Zong was even confident that he could compete with a martial artist in the Qi refining realm, let alone a martial artist in the Qi blood realm. After the 3 drank a pot of wine and ate some side dishes, they got up and left the restaurant to return to their temporary residence. Other than them, no one else knew that Chun Zong had been here before. Not long after they walked out of the restaurant, Chun Zong and the other 2 saw Yi Qianren standing opposite someone. Kneel down and apologize. Loudly say that you are a piece of trash, and I will forgive you this time. The person opposite them looked to be less than 20 years old, but he was very tall. He grinned and said with a malicious expression, don't even think about it. Yi Qianren's face was tense, and his tone was stiff. If you don't kneel, I will beat you until you kneel. The person's tone was very domineering. He took a step forward, and like a gust of wind, he rushed forward a few meters and punched Yi Qianren fiercely. The punch was fierce like a violent wave. Under the pressure, Yi Qianren couldn't even breathe. After recovering from the incident with Messenger Bloodbath, Yi Qianren's spiritual will have become more condensed, and his strength had also increased. He raised his right hand and struck out with one of his maces, while the other smashed towards the opponent's shoulder. Weakling, the opponent's face was full of mockery. The punch suddenly accelerated, faster and more ferocious. The sudden acceleration disrupted Yi Qianren's attack rhythm, and he had to cross his maces to defend. With a bang, the punch hit the maces and a terrifying force exploded. The force of the punch was shocking, and it caused the maces to tremble. It pressed down on Yi Qianren's chest, and Yi Qianren was forced to retreat. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and his palms were twisted. His arms were numb and painful. You can't even withstand a single blow. The opponent laughed coldly and arrogantly. He took another step forward and punched out again. This time, the punch was even more ferocious, and it was aimed at Ichienrin's chest. Ichienrin couldn't defend himself at the moment, and if he was hit, he would definitely be severely injured. He wouldn't even be able to participate in the competition tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, a round and white palm that seemed to be glowing appeared behind Ichienrin. It went past Ichienrin and collided with the fist. With a bang, the palm retracted immediately upon contact. The fist's owner's arm shook and his body swayed. He had to take a step back. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with my business? You must be tired of living." Nangong Wuya glared at Chunzong with a ferocious aura. Nangong Wuya. Chunzong was slightly stunned, while Su Zhantian and Zhaning were shocked. They had heard of this name in the restaurant just now. He was Nangong Honglia's disciple. Although he wasn't as outstanding as Nangong Honglai, he was still much stronger than the average peak Qi and Blood Realm level 9. He could be considered a genius. They didn't expect Ichienrin's enemy to be him. Other than his own strength, he was also a disciple of the Nangong family, the #1 force in ultimate martial main city. "What's wrong with you guys?" At this moment, a group of martial artists wearing light armor and carrying long sabers strode over. They were the ultimate martial main city's guards, responsible for maintaining the security of the main city. "You're also a disciple of the 7 Luminaries Martial School, right? You better get lost now, or I'll show you my power tomorrow." Nangong Wuya left a threat and quickly retreated. Although the Nangong family was the #1 force in ultimate martial main city, it didn't mean that they could cover the sky with one hand, especially when he was only a disciple of the family and not the most valued one. He wouldn't dare to openly go against the main city's guards. Remember, no fighting is allowed in ultimate martial main city. The guards warned Chunzong and the others and continued their patrol. "Let's go back," Chunzong said, and walked back to the temporary residence of the 7 Luminaries Martial School's disciples with Zhaning, Su Zhantian, and Ichienrin. Along the way, they didn't ask Ichienrin about this matter because they could tell that Ichienrin didn't want to talk about it. "Brother Chun, be careful tomorrow," Zhaning said. Yes, the Nangong family's influence is huge, and Nangong Wuya is also very strong. His elder brother, Nangong Honglai, is even stronger. If they deliberately target you, it will be very troublesome, Su Zhantian said. Although they were confident in Chunzong, they could more or less infer Nangong Honglia's strength from the news they heard. It must be very terrifying, and whether Chunzong was his match was still unknown. Chapter 135. Third update. Twisted hand, tears running. The sun was rising, and the golden red light shone. The entire ultimate martial main city woke up, and the crowd was bustling. Today was the triennial recruitment day for the 4 great academies. Even the most lazy person would crawl out of bed as soon as possible. The method of the elimination round is out. In the courtyard, the mentors gathered the 37 disciples and glanced at them. Everyone listened attentively. The elimination round this time is more dangerous than any of the previous ones. In the past, it was just a competition. At most, you would be injured. But this time, if you're not careful, you might die. What? Everyone was shocked. In the end, this was a test for the 4 great academies to recruit disciples. They had never heard of anyone dying because of it. Why was it so dangerous this time? Because this time, the elimination round will be held in the ultimate martial Great Hunting Ground. The mentor's tone was serious. Ultimate martial Great Hunting Ground? Chunzong did not understand, but some people knew about it, and because of that, they were shocked. The ultimate martial Great Hunting Ground is a training ground built by the ultimate martial main city. Rank 2 demonic beasts roam freely, and even rank 3 demonic beasts roam around. You who are participating in the elimination round will set off from the entrance of the ultimate martial Great Hunting Ground. If you can pass through the ultimate martial Great Hunting Ground without any injuries, you will be qualified to become a disciple of the 4 great academies. The mentor continued. Because of the danger of death, each of you will be given a distress signal. Once you are in danger, you can fire it, and a training realm expert will come to your rescue. But remember, if a training realm expert happens to be nearby, the chances of you being rescued are very high. If you are unlucky, you can only rely on yourself to persevere, or else you will die. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of desolation. Similar words rang out in the other forces, letting every young martial artist who wanted to participate in this test know. Passing through the ultimate martial great hunting ground, this is interesting. Nangong Honglai grinned, and there was an indescribable, domineering aura. This kind of test is the true meaning of the elimination round. A youth wearing a blood-red martial robe had an evil look on his face. He smiled faintly, and there was an indescribable evil intent. His gaze was incomparably sharp. "Disciple, you must be careful. Within the City Lord Mansion, the City Lord warned. Don't worry, Master. I've been training hard for 3 years just for this day. My sword will definitely shock the world." A young man wearing an exquisite gray short robe with a fish-skin sword at his waist said confidently. Everyone hurried towards the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. The ultimate martial grand hunting ground was established by the True Martial Alliance 100 years ago in the ultimate martial arts main city. The purpose of its existence was to serve as a training ground. There were many level 1 and level 2 demonic beasts, as well as a small number of level 3 demonic beasts. The strength of these demonic beasts was comparable to the demonic beasts in the mountains. However, the ultimate martial grand hunting ground was rarely used, and no one had expected that the 4 great academies would use it this time. Compared to the past, it was undoubtedly more difficult. I'm afraid that many people will die this time. Seeing blood is more exciting. I really don't understand what's going on with the 4 great academies. All sorts of discussions were going on. The ultimate martial main city was actually very big. Although it was called a city, it felt like a small country. Not only were there various streets, shops, and houses, there were even rivers, lakes, hills, and so on. The ultimate martial grand hunting ground was located in the western region of the ultimate martial main city. It was also the place where the rivers, forests, and hills were concentrated. This is the entrance to the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. The tutor led the group to their destination and pointed to a small forest in front of them. In the middle of the forest, there was a 10-meter wide passage that extended all the way into the forest. There were 2 guards on each side of the passage, and the aura they exuded was that of the force training state. They were the guards of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. They were there to prevent the demonic beasts from escaping and causing casualties. Other than the 7 luminaries martial NSTI, Tushin, there were also the disciples of the ultimate martial NSTI, Tushin, the 4 extremities martial NSTI, Tushin, the long rainbow martial NSTI, Tushin, and the righteous mountain martial NSTI, Tushin. Look, that's Ouyang Jianlin. He gives off a powerful feeling just by looking at him. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Chunzong saw a familiar figure. Ouyang Jianlin was the terrifying swordsman he met at the Black Blood battlefield. He was the guy who easily killed several martial artists of the same level. From Chunzong's point of view, Ouyang Jianlin was even more terrifying than before. His aura had already surpassed the Blood Qi realm. Naturally, the aura he emitted was terrifying. That was the representation of the training realm. Come to think of it, if he was improving, others would not be stagnant, especially those geniuses who were improving very quickly. Other than Ouyang Jianlin, Chunzong also saw the true faces of the geniuses that were being talked about. He did not see their moves clearly, but their aura gave off an extraordinary feeling that they were stronger than ordinary martial artists. Chunzong felt a sharp gaze filled with hatred. Looking towards the direction of the gaze, he saw Bai Yushan staring at Chunzong from the Bai family's camp. His gaze was cold, and his entire body was emitting a sharp aura. The Bai family's disciples also had unfriendly expressions. Chunzong was surprised to find that Bai Yushan's cultivation had actually surpassed the Blood Qi realm and reached the training realm. His gaze carried a strong mental pressure. Fortunately, Chinzong's mental strength had increased and was gradually becoming harmonious. That was why he was able to look at him fearlessly. Through the shape of Bai Yushan's lips, Chinzong could tell what he was saying. It was, "Chinzong, you're dead meat." Chinzong smiled faintly. He was not afraid at all. Bai Yushan being able to break through to the training realm was indeed a surprise to him. But so what? If he unleashed his full strength now, he might be able to fight against Bai Yushan. The White Dragon Gang is here. Following the voice, Chinzong looked over again. He saw a group of people wearing white martial attire rapidly approaching. There were two people in the lead. One was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, but he gave off a dignified aura. The other was a young man in his 20s. He looked a little plump, but when he walked, he had a majestic gait. That must be Shui Zhengtao. He does look different. Rumor has it that a month ago, he killed 3 opponents of the same cultivation level in a row without any injuries. Shui Zhengtao was also considered to be one of the top 10 in the training realm. The Iron Finger clan is here. So few, only 4 people. There were a total of 4 people from the Iron Finger clan. One of them was an old man in his 50s. He definitely would not participate. The other 3 were young martial practitioners under the age of 24. They were all participants of this examination. The 3 disciples of the Iron Finger School gave off an extraordinary feeling. 2 of them were brimming with qi and blood, like 2 blazing furnaces. Compared to Wang Minghua, they seemed to be even stronger, especially the leader, who had an imposing appearance and wore a short green robe, which further accentuated his domineering aura. He was Fang Jinlong. With his hands behind his back, Fang Jinlong was in high spirits. He looked straight ahead with a kind of unyielding determination, as if nothing could shake his spirit and willpower. People like him were usually very scary. The Dongfang clan had also come. They had 2 more people than the Iron Finger clan, but not as many as the White Dragon Gang. As a former royal family, although they had declined, they still had their foundation. Therefore, the 5 Dongfang clan disciples looked extraordinary. 3 of them had reached the training realm, and the other 2 were in the blood qi realm. The vigorous aura they emitted was not at all weaker than the 2 from the Iron Finger clan. This kind of tyrannical and vigorous blood energy fluctuation immediately changed the faces of the 7 Lights Martial Academy disciples. They were too strong. This kind of foundation was not something they could compare with. Soon, the number 1 force of the ultimate martial main city, Nangong family, also arrived. The young martial practitioners who participated were led by Nangong Tianzi. Nangong Tianzi was wearing a blue martial robe. It was very fitting for him, and it made his body look even more slender. He also emitted a kind of profound temperament, like the sea, making it difficult for people to see through him. No wonder he is considered as a strong contender for the top 3 in the training realm. Chinzong thought to himself. His strong and increasingly harmonious spirit and willpower could clearly sense the opponent's extraordinariness and make better judgments. Gu Xiaolin and the other 7 Lights Martial Academy's training realm disciples all had serious expressions. After seeing Shui Zhengtao, Fang Jinlong, Nangong Tianzi, and the others, the pressure in their hearts increased dramatically. On the Nangong family side, Nangong Wuye's gaze swept over. It first fell on Yi Qianren, then on Chinzong. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he seemed to be saying something to someone who looked similar to him. That person's gaze also swept over. Immediately, Chinzong felt a trace of pressure. Nangong Honglai. The name popped up in Chinzong's mind. He looked similar to Nangong Wuye and seemed to be about the same age. Without a doubt, he was the elder twin brother, Nangong Honglai. Compared to Nangong Wuye, Nangong Honglai's body was much stronger. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to hold up a mountain. His thick palms were filled with terrifying strength, and his slender and thick legs were like 2 huge pillars supporting the sky. The blood and qi energy that Nangong Honglai unintentionally emitted was very, very strong. Chinzong was sure that this was the strongest blood and qi energy he had ever felt, other than himself. Compared to the 2 blood and Qi disciples of Iron Finger School. It was like comparing a sparrow to an eagle. No wonder some people thought that Nangong Honglai was the #1 genius of the Nangong family. If it weren't for his age, his cultivation and strength would definitely surpass Nangong Tianzi's and become the #1. Looking at Nangong Honglie's domineering gaze, Chunzong felt his blood boiling. Only an opponent like this would be interesting to fight. However, after Nangong Honglie's gaze swept over Chunzong, a trace of indifference flashed across his eyes. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't think that Chunzong was a worthy opponent. No, perhaps he wasn't even a worthy opponent. Chunzong knew from Nangong Honglie's gaze that he was being looked down upon. However, Chunzong wasn't angry at all, because he had reached the peak of the blood and Qi realm and cultivated the leakless body. His aura was restrained and couldn't be sensed. The impression he gave others was that he was plain and unremarkable. Those who weren't attentive enough would directly overlook it. Only when they thought deeply about it would they notice something strange. Chapter 136. One-armed swordsman, one-armed swordsman, one-armed rider, one-armed swordsman. Riding with one hand is indeed a challenge. Slow as a tortoise, looking for subscriptions and monthly votes to soothe the wounded soul of the Six Paths. The ultimate martial grand hunting ground was very big for normal people, but it was still okay for Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artists. From the entrance to the exit, a Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist could cross it in about half an hour if they ran at full speed. It was even easier for force training realm martial artists. The problem was that there were many demon beasts in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Once they entered, they would encounter demon beasts and be attacked. Remember, force training realm time is 1 hour. Blood realm time is 2 hours. The instructor said solemnly to the 7 Lights Martial Academy disciples. He then looked at the 9 force training realm disciples. Your strength is not bad. If you play it safe, you will definitely be able to make it through within the time limit. I hope that each of you can pass the elimination round and become a disciple of the 4 great academies. The instructor gave his final blessing. Although it was impossible, it was still a kind of hope. The various forces encouraged the younger generation disciples. Then, everyone received a distress signal flare. Attention! The first 10 Force Training Realm and Blood Realm martial artists to cross the ultimate martial grand hunting ground will be rewarded by the City Lord's residence. Time's up. As a loud voice sounded, the disciples of the various forces moved one after another. They rushed towards the entrance of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground as if they were racing. Like a goshawk soaring through the sky, like a swallow flying gracefully, like a panther pouncing, like a tiger descending the mountain. Each of them showed their abilities and tried to enter the ultimate martial grand hunting ground as soon as possible. Especially those force training realm martial artists, their performance was even more extraordinary. Under the influence of inner strength, their bodies were extremely fast. They took the lead and left many Blood Realm martial artists behind as they entered the ultimate martial grand hunting ground first. No matter what, even the weakest force training realm martial artist strength was not something a Blood Realm martial artist could compare to. In terms of speed, they were obviously faster as well. Bai Yushan flew past Chunzong like a white shadow. Chunzong, I'll make it so that you can't even pass the elimination round. A voice filled with hatred directly entered Chunzong's ears. But Bai Yushan did not make a move because he did not dare. Now, they were just about to enter the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. If he attacked Chunzong in front of everyone, he would definitely be disqualified. Although the humiliation that Chunzong had brought upon him previously could only be washed away with blood compared to entering the 4 great academies, White Jade Mountain was still more important. Once he was disqualified, he would not have another chance in the future. As for Chunzong, he could kill him later. The other point was the reward. The top 10 would receive rewards from the City Lord's manor, and those rewards were always good. He had to fight for them. Moreover, the top 10 would usually receive more attention, and he would be able to hold his head high. You can try, Chunzong replied unhurriedly, his voice clearly reaching Bai Yushan's ears. It was true that Bai Yushan was in the force training realm. If they were to really fight, it was not impossible for him to win. Soon, everyone entered the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. For example, the 7 luminaries martial INST, Tushin had a total of 37 disciples participating. The 4 extremities martial INST, Tushin, the Changhong martial INST, Tushin, and the Righteous Mountain martial INST, Tushin had about 30 to 40 participants. The ultimate martial INST, Tushin had more than 100 participants, which was far more than the 4 major martial INST, Tushins. In total, there were more than 200 people. In addition, the number of participants from the 8 major forces of Ultimate Martial Main City, other forces, White Dragon Gang, Iron Finger Gate, Dongfang Clan, and so on totaled more than 300 people. The total number was more than 600. However, it was unknown how many of these 600 people would be able to pass the elimination round in the end. The top 10 would receive rewards from the City Lord's Manor, and the City Lord's Manor directly belonged to the True Martial Alliance. Therefore, the rewards should be quite good. Naturally, Chunzong was also tempted. Let's go. Wang Minghua sped up and surpassed everyone. Along with him was another Qi and Blood Realm martial artist from the previous batch. Everyone, I'll be leaving first, Chunzong said to the other 7 Lights Martial Academy disciples. Chunzong also wanted the top 10 rewards. After all, cultivation required all kinds of resources. If he had the ability to fight for it, he would fight for it. If Chunzong wanted to travel with Zhang Ying, Su Zhantian, and the others, it would be a foolish move. A martial artist cultivation went against the natural order, and what they fought for was time. How to fight for time depended on one's talent, ability, and resources. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunzong immediately executed Riding Wind and Water Treading. Riding Wind and Water Treading, after reaching the perfect Qi and Blood Realm, was not only 50% faster than when he was at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, but the distance he could cover with each step had also increased from 4 meters to 6 meters. After a while, Chunzong disappeared from the eyes of Su Zhantian and the others. Chase after him. The Bai family immediately sped up. Before entering, they had all received Bai Yushan's instructions to take the opportunity to severely injure Chunzong and eliminate him. However, they did not expect Chunzong to be so fast. The Bai family disciples in the Qi and Blood Realm continuously pursued, but they could not catch up. It could not be helped. After Chunzong executed Riding Wind and Water Treading, his speed was too fast. He left many people in the dust and directly overtook them. Damn it, how can he be so fast? The Bai family disciples were furious. If they could not catch up, how could they severely injure him? They would not be able to complete Bai Yushan's task. What's wrong with you guys? On the Ultimate Martial Academy side, a young man in white martial attire frowned and asked the Bai family disciples who were chasing with all their might. Second young master, that 7 Lights Martial Academy disciple has a grudge with young Master Yushan. I heard that he also has a grudge with young Master Yulo. Young Master Yushan ordered us to deal with him. A Bai family disciple quickly said, he has a grudge with cousin Yushan and 3rd brother. Interesting. It turned out that this person was the Bai family's 2nd young master, Bai Yulo's 2nd brother, and also one of the Ultimate Martial Academy's elite disciples. Hearing this, a smile appeared on his fair and handsome face. Since he dares to go against my Bai family, then he must bear the corresponding consequences. I'll go stop him. As soon as his voice fell, Bai Yugong's figure flashed and stretched into a phantom. He turned into a gust of wind, and his speed increased rapidly. It was as if he was flying on land. He quickly surpassed the others and chased after Chunzong. This was a movement technique that Bai Yugong cultivated. It was called Gale Movement Technique. It allowed him to explode with astonishing speed for a short period of time. In the entire Ultimate Martial Academy, no one in the Qi and Blood Realm could compete with him in terms of speed. This speed was more than 3 times faster than Chunzong. Of course, the flaw was obvious. He could use riding the wind and water treading until he exhausted his strength, but Bai Yugong's movement technique could not. After all, he had not encountered any demonic beasts yet. A group of refinement realm martial artists were far in the lead. After losing sight of his back, Chunzong kept passing one person after another. His speed was astonishing. What a brilliant movement technique. Qin Shijia saw Chunzong pass by and was slightly startled. His extraordinary perception also made his eyesight better than others. Oomph! Nangong Honglai snorted. His advantage was his strength, but his speed was average. However, this was just the beginning. It was still unknown who would make it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground in the top 10. On the other hand, Nangong Wuye was very unhappy. His eyes revealed a fierce glint, but he was helpless. Speed was also not his forte. I don't believe that you can maintain this speed forever. Nangong Wuye clenched his fists and thought to himself. Since the day he clashed with Chunzong's palm, Nangong Wuye hated Chunzong. He had made up his mind to severely injure Chunzong and teach him a lesson. 7 Luminaries Martial Academy disciple. I don't care who you are. Stop right there. A voice came from behind. It was getting closer and closer. Immediately, Chunzong felt a strong gust of wind from a fist piercing through the air towards his back. His body swayed, and the gust of wind from the fist missed. His speed did not decrease, but his opponent was even faster and approached him again. After 3 blinks of an eye, a white figure flashed past from the side. At the same time, a palm struck towards Chunzong's head. It was very fast. Chunzong dodged again and dodged. The person was already in front of him. Get lost. Chunzong flicked his finger. It was the iron-rending finger. He had already cultivated it to the peak of perfection and was just one step away from attaining the hyper-focus realm. In fact, if Chunzong was willing, he could also cultivate it to the hyper-focus realm. However, he had only casually cultivated the iron-rending finger and stormleg arts. He did not spend too much time and energy on them. He mainly focused on the cultivation and comprehension of the sword arts. Even so, the iron-rending finger of perfection still had a terrifying power. And this was the effect of Chunzong not fully exerting his pure yang qi and blood. The finger pierced through the air. The terrifying finger force could easily shatter steel. Bai Yugong's expression suddenly changed. He felt threatened by the power of this finger. Slash! Without any hesitation, Bai Yugong unsheathed the long saber at his waist. The saber light was incandescent like a white phantom. It slashed towards Chunzong's head in the blink of an eye. It was like a gust of wind that could split the wind. The disciples of the Ultimate Martial Academy were usually more outstanding than the other 4 academies. The Ultimate Martial Academy was already more outstanding than the other 4 academies. Coupled with the influence of the environment, there would be an obvious difference. If an outstanding person was placed in a group of mediocre people, he would gradually become mediocre. If he was placed in a group of outstanding people, he would become even more outstanding. This saber was even faster than Wang Minghua's. Chunzong's expression did not change. He flicked his finger and suddenly accelerated, clashing with the saber. With a clang, Chunzong felt a slight pain in his finger. It was as if it was cut open by the saber. In fact, he was not injured. Bai Yugong's long saber was also flicked away by his finger. While surprised, Bai Yugong's saber trembled slightly. After drawing a half arc, it slashed towards Chunzong at an even faster speed. Chunzong flicked his finger for the second time. Immediately after, he threw out a kick. It was like a gust of wind, which shocked Bai Yugong. He quickly retreated, but the saber was still slashing down. The terrifying saber wind arrived. As the two exchanged blows, the others immediately caught up and overtook them. Your strength is not bad, but if you offend my Bai family, you will be punished, Bai Yugong said. He took a step forward and continuously slashed with his long saber. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 slashes. They were from the left, the middle, and the right respectively. Once hit, although one would not die, they would be seriously injured, which was equivalent to being eliminated. So it's the Bai family. Chunzong suddenly realized. No wonder his opponent looked a little familiar. Now that he mentioned it, he was somewhat similar to Bai Yulo. Speaking of which, he had not been able to find a suitable opportunity to deal with Bai Yulo. Unexpectedly, the Bai family came looking for trouble. At this moment, the other Bai family's disciples had caught up. They were trained in the family and were considered elites. They were more outstanding than Su Zhantian. When they saw Chun Zong being intercepted by Bai Yugong, they all attacked. In an instant, Chun Zong was surrounded by a group of Bai family's disciples. There were a total of 6 of them. He actually provoked the Bai family. What bad luck! Chapter 137. He dared to provoke the Bai family. Oh well, it saves me the trouble. Nangong Wuya and the others caught up and sneered when they saw Chun Zong surrounded. Then the other Bai family disciples from the other academies also surrounded Chun Zong. There were a total of 16 of them, and none of them were weak. Even Nangong Wuya knew that he could not fight against such a situation. Let's go. Nangong Honglai looked away and walked past them. This did not pique his interest. Bai Yugong's body shook as he withdrew his blade and backed off. In his opinion, Chun Zong's speed was fast and his strength was not bad. However, he was surrounded by 15 outstanding disciples of the Bai family and had no way to escape. I'll leave him to you. Remember, don't kill him. Leave him alive for Cousin Yushan. Bai Yugong ordered. He turned around and walked away quickly. He wanted to fight for the top 10. Immediately, the Bai family disciples attacked. Oh no, Chun Zong is surrounded. Zhang Ying and Su Zhantian's expression changed. Along with Yi Qianren, they increased their speed slightly and quickly approached to help. The other disciples hesitated and gave up. They did not have any friendship with Chun Zong. Chi Fei sneered. He knew how terrifying Chun Zong was. After all, Kong Yuan was extremely powerful when he revealed his strength. After his demon transformation, he was even more powerful. He could easily defeat an ordinary Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist. Among the many Qi and Blood Realm martial artists who participated in the assessment, there were not many who could compete with Kong Yuan after his demon transformation. Although these 15 Bai family disciples were powerful, they might not be Chun Zong's match. I wonder what he looks like after his demon transformation. Chi Fei secretly guessed. However, Chun Zong could not use his demon transformation in this place. Iron Rending Finger, 3 Gale Strikes. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zong hung the fake frost sword on his belt. He flicked his fingers, and the terrifying finger force shattered the air. Then his legs continuously bombarded, 3 legs each, kicking in 6 directions. Even if he did not draw his sword and did not use his pure Yang Qi and Blood Qi, the perfect stage Iron Rending Finger and Gale Kick were still terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 8 Bai family disciples were sent flying. The attacks of the other Bai family disciples only shattered a lifelike shadow and did not hurt Chun Zong at all. While the other 7 Bai family disciples were stunned, 2 more of them were sent flying and vomiting blood. Without even drawing his sword, Chun Zong executed Iron Rending Finger and Gale Leg Art with a standard strength of 10,000 Jin. Combined with his shadow clone movement technique, the 15 elites of the Bai clan were all defeated by Chun Zong, unable to put up any resistance at all. Brother Chun. Zhang Ying and the other 2 family disciples were stunned. 15 Bai family disciples. Any one of them exuded a very strong blood qi fluctuation that was not inferior to them in the slightest. In the end, they were defeated by Chun Zong without even being able to withstand a single move. This gap was simply too great. Chi Fei's face was also filled with shock. Although he thought that the 15 Bai clan disciples would not be able to do anything to Chun Zong, he did not expect the outcome to be like this. Terrifying. Chi Fei could not help but shudder. He was even more curious about the demon bloodline Chun Zong had integrated with. How did it become so terrifying? This person is a strong opponent. The Qi and Blood Realm martial artists who caught up were shocked. Their pupils shrank as they remembered Chun Zong and warned themselves not to provoke him. Being intercepted by the White Jade Palace and surrounded by the Bai family disciples required time. Most of the martial artists had already caught up. Chunzong was not willing to fall behind. He was determined to get the top 10 rewards. After saying a few words to Su Zhantian and the other two, Chunzong once again used wind riding and water treading to increase his speed. He covered 6 meters in one step. His body was light, as if he was riding the wind. It was a kind of elegance that made others envious and surprised. Soon, Chunzong caught up to them one by one, and then overtook them. If they had any other thoughts before, they were all gone now. Looking at the 15 by clan disciples who were still lying on the ground and vomiting blood, they knew that they were definitely going to be eliminated. The 7 luminaries martial institution actually produced such a strong disciple. Onward, onward, onward. Almost 5 minutes had passed since the opening of the ultimate martial hunting ground. The Qi and Blood Realm martial artists were nowhere to be seen. There were not many Qi and Blood Realm martial artists in the lead, only a dozen of them. Each of them was astonishingly fast. Compared to the last Qi and Blood Realm martial artists, there was a gap of more than 3,000 meters. Do not underestimate this gap of more than 3,000 meters. It represented an absolute difference in speed and would increase as time passed. But at this moment, a group of tall and powerful wolves with green fur and a group of black boars with sharp fangs appeared on the left and right in front of them. The demon beasts have appeared. The green wolf was the lower LV2 demon beast, black silk wolf. It got its name because of its fine hair and sharp fangs. The black boar was the sharp tusk boar, also a lower LV2 demon beast. A LV2 low-grade demonic beast was equivalent to a Qi Blood Realm level 7 martial artist in terms of level. However, it would be stronger than the average Qi Blood Realm level 7 martial artist. To the crowd, even a LV2 high-grade demonic beast would not be a match for them, let alone a LV2 low-grade demonic beast. This was because every one of them was an elite martial artist. The problem was that there were more than 100 black silk wolves. Among them, the alpha wolf looked taller and more powerful. The aura it exuded was very strong. It was clearly a middle LV2 demon beast. On the other hand, there were nearly 200 sharp tusk boars. Every one of them was taller and stronger than the black silk wolves. The aura they brought when they ran was like an army of thousands of men and horses. It was very terrifying. The ground shook and dust billowed. The aura was resolute. Let's go first. There is no need to fight with the demon beasts. Some people immediately used their speed to increase their speed and rush forward. They wanted to escape before the 2 groups of demon beasts arrived. Otherwise, once they were surrounded by the 2 groups of demon beasts, it would be very dangerous and they would also be delayed. There was more than one person who had this idea, but not all of them could do it. The Black Silk Wolf's running speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than a Qi and Blood Realm martial artist running at full speed. Although the sharp tusk boars were slower, their charging momentum was very powerful and terrifying. In addition to their numbers, they were more threatening than the Black Silk Wolves. 1,000-mile wind chaser, Qin Shijia muttered to himself. He immediately used a top-rank human class movement skill. His speed instantly increased, and his figure became blurry. It was as if he was chasing after the wind. Gale movement skill. Bai Yugong also erupted with his blood qi. In a short period of time, his speed also reached an astonishing level. Disciples of the Nangong family, listen to my order. Follow my lead and charge. Nangong Holia's speed was relatively weak. He couldn't be compared to Qin Shijia, Bai Yugong, and the others. However, his strength was his strength. He could only use his strength to the fullest. There were more than a dozen elite disciples of the Nangong family. This didn't include the disciples who entered the martial academies. With Nangong Honglai as the leader and Nangong Wuya as the support, the dozen or so Nangong family disciples were like a sharp awl. They ruthlessly charged forward, wanting to tear everything apart. At the same time, Chunzong also caught up. His figure flashed and swept past the Nangong family disciples like a breeze. It's him! What's going on? Nangong Wuya and the others were shocked. Even Nangong Honglai was surprised. The Bai family is too useless. Nangang Wulya was very unhappy. However, this wasn't the time to pursue. The azure silk wolf and the sharp-toothed boar finally arrived. Carrying a ferocious aura, they directly charged into the group of martial artists, and a bloody battle began. One of the azure silk wolf opened its mouth and bit at Chunzong. The smell of blood immediately assaulted his face, making him feel nauseous. Get lost! Chunzong kicked out, bringing along a gust of wind. With one kick, the azure silk wolf was sent flying. However, it was only a low-grade LV2 demonic beast. He didn't even need to use any martial arts to kill it. However, soon, two more azure silk wolves arrived from the left and right. Behind them, a sharp-toothed boar ruthlessly charged forward. Chunzong's expression didn't change. He consecutively kicked out 3 times to kill the azure silk wolf and the sharp-toothed boar. Borrowing the rebounding force from the kicks, he executed the wind-treading water technique. His speed instantly increased by 30%. He directly passed through the group of demonic beasts and approached Bai Yugong. That's right. One of Chunzong's goals was to chase after Bai Yugong. Originally, Chunzong wouldn't have bothered the Bai family. However, Bai Yugong chased after him and intercepted him. He even attacked him and let the Bai family's disciples surround him. This debt must be settled. It's you, Bai Yugong, who had killed 3 demonic beasts with 1 strike, saw Chunzong and was shocked. What happened to my Bai family's disciples? You'll know soon enough. Chunzong replied indifferently. Bai Yugong's expression changed slightly. He thought of a very bad result, but immediately shook his head. That was impossible. Even if he was surrounded by 15 elite martial artists, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. His opponent must have cultivated some strange body movement and used it to escape. You're courting death by chasing after me. I'll let you die in the mouths of these demonic beasts. Bai Yugong sneered. He raised his long saber and a terrifying aura condensed. His chi and blood force instantly erupted. Wind-chasing 7 sabers. This time, Bai Yugong performed the wind-chasing saber technique, a human-level superb martial art, which had reached the perfect realm. His arm shook and seemed to disappear. Only 7 sharp and tyrannical saber lights slashed at Chunzong from 7 angles. They were extremely fast. Before the saber lights arrived, the sharp saber wind had already made Chunzong's hair fly and made it difficult for him to breathe. In the blink of an eye, the 7 saber lights gathered and turned into 7 sabers, slashing at Chunzong's head. If he was hit, he would be split into 2. First, the attack from 7 directions immediately changed to 1 direction. It was difficult to guard against. The power of the 7 sabers was even more powerful. Great iron shattering hand, double strike. Chunzong raised his left palm, which was covered with sparkling blood vessels. It seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. The moment it touched the saber lights, his palm shook slightly and the power burst out for the second time. Under the double strike, the 7 saber lights were shattered one after another. Then, Chunzong's palm and the saber crossed each other and imprinted on Bai Yugong's chest. Chapter 138. My hand is better now. I can barely write. Our monthly votes are 100, but our ranking has dropped to 27. Hope from the 6 realms. If you still have monthly votes, please vote for our book and continue to push forward. Hundreds of beasts and dozens of martial artists were fighting nonstop. The scene was chaotic, and no one could see what was happening here. Bai Yugong was not dead. He was lucky that a nearby chi refining martial artist came to his rescue. This was also related to Bai Yugong's own strength. He survived in the face of death. However, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death after being attacked by beasts a few times. With other people around, Chunzong could not kill him. After kicking a few beasts to death, Chunzong used the momentum to escape. The double strike of the great iron shattering hand is indeed feasible, Chunzong thought to himself as he passed by beasts. A martial artist's strength was based on one's cultivation level, martial arts was another, and technique was the third. When one's cultivation level and martial arts realm were the same level, one's strength was determined by technique. Especially for elite and genius martial artists, the key to victory was often in some small details. Qinzong had already cultivated the great iron-shattering hand to the minute's subtlety realm. After studying it, he had a sudden inspiration. Combining all his past experiences, he studied the usage of the double strike. In other words, after the first strike, he would instantly explode with strength to strike a second strike. In comparison, the second strike required less strength and was naturally more difficult. Without a strong enough physique, one would not be able to withstand it. This was also the first time Qinzong used it in an actual battle. As expected, Bai Yugong's strength was not inferior to the demonized Kong Yuan. Riding the wind and treading on water, Qinzong escaped from the encirclement of the black silk wolf and the sharp-toothed boar. Under the attack of the top Qi refining stage 9 martial artists, beasts were killed one after another. Among the martial artists, there were inevitable injuries, but no one died. When some of the slower martial artists arrived, there were not many demonic beasts left. The pressure they had to bear was imperceptibly reduced by a lot. Isn't this the second young master of the Bai family, Bai Yugong? He was killed by the sharp-toothed boar. Impossible. What a tragic death. What really killed him wasn't the sharp-toothed boar, but the palm strike on his chest. A sharp-eyed martial artist saw the palm strike on Bai Yugong's corpse's chest, and his face immediately changed. To be able to kill Bai Yugong with one palm strike, this person's strength was definitely terrifying. Xiao Chun did not know which cultivator practiced palm techniques. No one suspected Qinzong. He was actually killed. What a piece of trash. Nangong Wuye was taken aback and mocked. White Jade Palace's strength was not inferior to his. It would be impossible for him to defeat White Jade Palace without a fight. On the other hand, Nangong Honglai merely took a glance at them, but he didn't pay them any mind. The White Jade Palace was nothing in his eyes. In the following part of the journey, more and more demonic beasts appeared, and they were even more powerful. There were mid-rank 2 and high-rank 2 demonic beasts, and casualties began to appear. With the appearance of a large number of powerful demonic beasts, the teams that were originally gathered together were scattered, turning into small groups of 3 to 5. There were also small groups that were scattered again, turning into 2 people or traveling alone. Zhaning, Su Zhantian, and Yi Qianren hugged each other tightly. Perhaps it was because of their relationship with Qinzong, but their relationship was not bad. It's actually a fierce blood tiger. Qinzong was a little surprised as he stared at the huge figure that was rapidly running towards him. He couldn't help but recall the demonic beast attack he had encountered at the Qin family's iron mine in the Hidden Dragon Mountain. One of them was a fierce blood tiger. At that time, the fierce blood tiger was an existence that made him feel despair. It could easily tear him apart with a casual claw. But now it was different. Facing the aggressive and violent fierce blood tiger, Qinzong's expression didn't change. Only his black hair fluttered in the wind. Roar. The fierce blood tiger let out a loud roar, its momentum shaking the heavens. Its fierce and violent aura was like a terrifying storm that swept over, wanting to destroy Qinzong. In the blink of an eye, the fierce blood tiger rushed towards Qinzong with a terrifying, murderous, and violent aura. It raised its tiger claw, and with a single claw, it smashed down. Compared to the fierce blood tiger's size, Qinzong seemed so insignificant. However, Qinzong didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his left hand, which was covered with sparkling and translucent blood vessels, and waved it casually. It was silent and ordinary, as if he was greeting the fierce blood tiger with a handshake. However, the terrifying power was completely restrained in his left palm. Coupled with the leakless body, it didn't leak out at all. This palm seemed to be very slow, but in fact it was very fast. The moment it was waved, it collided with the fierce blood tiger's huge claw. Compared to the fierce blood tiger's huge claw, Qinzong's hand was simply negligible. However, under the collision, the strong contrast was shocking. With a bang, Qinzong's body slightly shook. That was caused by the fierce blood tiger's tyrannical strength. However, the power of Qinzong's palm was also very tyrannical. At the moment of collision, he had already used the great iron-shattering hand and directly sent the fierce blood tiger flying to the ground. The fierce blood tiger kept retreating, and its claws didn't dare to touch the ground. So strong. Chunzong was very surprised. Speaking of which, this was his first time fighting with an upper-grade LV2 demonic beast, especially a top-grade LV2 demonic beast. It was indeed very powerful. This didn't mean that the fierce blood tiger was stronger than the White Jade Palace. In fact, the White Jade Palace could definitely kill the fierce blood tiger in a one-on-one battle. However, as a demonic beast, especially a top-grade LV2 demonic beast, the fierce blood tiger's physical strength was very tyrannical. Coupled with its terrifying demonic beast strength, it was best at fighting with force. It just so happened that human martial artists weren't good at this kind of fighting. A tyrannical physique brought about a tyrannical defense and a stronger ability to protect one's life. Chunzong's palm didn't feel good either. Then, Chunzong took a step forward and struck out another palm. There was no way to dodge, and it directly hit the fierce blood tiger's forehead. It was another double attack. The fierce blood tiger couldn't withstand it. Its brain was smashed into a lump, and blood flowed out of its 7 orifices. Martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm had 2 hours. Now, less than half an hour had passed. However, due to the continuous attacks of the demonic beasts, it felt like a long time had passed. This was already the middle section of the ultimate martial hunting ground. There were still some martial artists who hadn't arrived yet. As he continued forward, Chunzong met 2 people. They were both disciples of the Nangong family. One of them was Nangong Wulia. "It's you. Just in time. Let me teach you a lesson." Nangong Wulia was killing an upper LV2 demonic beast with a single punch. When he saw Chunzong, he immediately grinned. His teeth seemed to emit a white light. Nangong Wulia immediately took a step forward and rushed towards Chunzong aggressively. Nangong Wulia let out a low roar that sounded like the roar of a giant beast. His momentum was astonishing. He raised his fist and punched out. His fist seemed to have enlarged by one size. It was like a huge rock that fell from the sky in an instant. It was ferocious and violent, capable of shattering everything in front of it. This fist was a superior grade mortal realm fist art. It had reached the perfection realm, and its power was terrifying. Nangong Wulia didn't plan to waste time with Chunzong. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Chunzong didn't draw his sword. Instead, he performed the great iron-shattering hand with his left hand and struck out. When the fist and palm collided, Nangong Wulia used the double strike technique. However, Nangong Wulia was also very strong. For some reason, his fist was extremely condensed, and it only dissipated when it collided with Chunzong's double strike technique. However, Chunzong had already flicked his left hand and performed the perfection realm iron-shattering finger. With a loud bang, the powerful finger force hit Nangong Wulia's fist. It was as if it was going to shatter his fist. The terrifying power caused Nangong Wulia's arm to go numb. However, Nangong Wulia's talent was outstanding and his strength was tyrannical. With a loud roar, he shook his arm once more. A powerful surge of qi and blood gushed out like a torrential flood, crushing the finger force. Immediately after, Nangong Wulia formed a fist with his left hand and smashed it fiercely. Different from the first fist, this fist was like a rolling river. It didn't seem powerful at first, but it was powerful in that it was continuous and powerful. It was even more difficult to defend against than the first fist. It was another mortal-level martial arts that had reached the perfection realm. Chunzong felt that Nangong Wulia was indeed more powerful than White Jade Palace. Of course, it was also because Chunzong didn't want to expose his qi and blood perfection realm strength. The great iron-shattering hand, the iron-cracking finger, and the wild wind leg art were all performed at the same time. Their power was overwhelming. Coupled with Chunzong's unique timing, Nangong Wulia was forced to retreat. "Wulia, let me help you." The other Nangong Wulia was surprised. He immediately rushed over and kicked at Chunzong like a falling tree. Although it was 1 against 2, Chunzong didn't feel any pressure. He dealt with them with ease and gradually suppressed them. What made Nangong Wulya feel even more ashamed was the long sword on his opponent's waist. It was definitely not for show, which meant that his opponent hadn't used his full strength yet. On the other hand, he had used all of his strength except for the forbidden arts, but he was still at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, he was not weaker than his opponent at all. In fact, he was even slightly stronger than his opponent. The problem was that his opponent's mastery and application of martial arts were better than his. His timing and rhythm were also better than his opponent's. Bang! Bang! Qinzong's kick landed on the chest of the Nangong Wulya, sending him flying like a rolling gourd. Then, he threw out a palm that bypassed Nangong Wulya's fist and landed on his chest. The hidden power exploded in an instant. Nangong Wulya's body trembled violently. His legs tried to hold onto the ground, but he couldn't stop himself from sliding back under the powerful force. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Let's go." Without the slightest hesitation, Nangong Wulya immediately turned around and spoke. Without caring about his companions, he burst out with an astonishing speed and jumped like a flea. Every jump was more than 10 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. What a strange movement skill, Qinzong thought to himself. His speed was comparable to his wind stepping steps at full power. However, he was sure that he wouldn't be able to maintain his speed for long. Qinzong had no intention of chasing after Nangong Wulya, since he had already killed the Bai family's White Jade Palace. If he were to chase after Nangong Wulya, the Nangong family might be infuriated. The number one power of the ultimate martial main city was definitely terrifying. Most importantly, Nangong Wulya didn't have any killing intent when he attacked. He only wanted to teach Qinzong a lesson, which was different for the White Jade Palace. No matter who it was, Qinzong wouldn't hesitate to kill those who wanted to kill him. On the other hand, he wasn't a homicidal maniac who would kill for no reason. I wonder if any of these Qi and Blood Realm warriors could force me to use my full strength at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm. Qinzong thought to himself. Chapter 139. The first is undoubtedly me, Nangong Tianzi. A figure in a blue martial robe seemed to be strolling out of the water. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out of the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit. Nangong Tianzi had become the first energy training realm martial artist to pass through the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Not even 40 minutes had passed. This kid is not bad. His speed is fast, his aura is deep, and his energy is pure. At the exit of the ultimate martial hunting ground, many people were watching. There were Qi refining realm martial artists from various factions, as well as people from the 4 academies. Nangong Tianzi was the first Qi refining realm martial artist to pass the ultimate martial hunting ground, so he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Who do you guys think will be the second? Probably the more outstanding ones like Shui Zhengtao, Feng Jinlong, and the others. Just as the discussion started, a second figure appeared. Everyone was stunned because this person was unfamiliar to them, as if they had never seen him before. This was a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. He had a faint smile on his face, giving off a shy vibe, like the boy next door. His eyes were clear, like a bottomless pool, giving off a very clean vibe. Without a doubt, this was also a Qi refining realm martial artist. With a long sword hanging on his waist, he was a sword martial artist. Never seen him before. Which faction is he from? Nangong Tianzi also stared at this person, his eyes shining. The time taken for this person to pass the ultimate martial hunting ground was only slightly slower than his. This meant that this person's speed was also very fast, almost comparable to his own. As if sensing Nangong Tianzi's gaze, this person turned his head and smiled. Of course, passing the ultimate martial hunting ground was a test of one's ability, but it was not absolute strength. It was related to many factors, and one's strength could only be determined through battle. But no matter what, the second person to pass the ultimate martial hunting ground surprised everyone. Naturally, He left a deep impression on everyone. "What's your name?" Nangong Tianza asked calmly. "Lin Tianyu." The shy young martial artist smiled. His voice was soft and clear, as if it was condensed into a line. As he smiled, the clear vibe became more obvious. Lin Tianyu. The crowd also heard those words, and they fell into deep thought. However, they couldn't recall such a name at all. About a minute later, four people rushed out of the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit at the same time. One of them was slightly plump, but his footsteps were agile. It was as if he was gliding on the surface of the water, very light and smooth. He was the young master of the White Dragon Gang, Shui Zhantao. The second person gave off the feeling of being as fast as lightning. His steps were firm and powerful, as if nothing could stop him. He was the disciple of the Iron Finger School, Fong Jinlong. The third figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. He was one of the disciples of the Dongfang family, who was at the strength refining stage. His name was Dongfang Lei Chao. The fourth one had a sharp aura, like an unsheathed sword. It was Ouyang Jianlin. Thus, there were 6 people in the top 10. After a while, the 7th person rushed out, followed by the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Not much time had passed. There were more than 600 disciples participating in the assessment, and about 30% of them were at the strength refining stage, which was about 200. Under normal circumstances, the strength refining stage martial artist could pass the ultimate martial grand hunting ground within an hour. Of course, if they were unlucky enough to encounter a level 3 beast, then it would be a different story. Luckily, there weren't many level 3 beasts in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Even if there were, they would only be level 3 lower level beasts. At most, they would be level 3 middle level, which was equivalent to the second transformation of the strength refining stage. Finally, an hour had passed. 180 people have passed. "I'm here," another person shouted as he rushed out. Unfortunately, he was just a hair's breadth away. An hour was an hour, and there was no room for compromise. If one couldn't pass within the time limit, they would be eliminated. This was the rules set by the 4 academies, and no one could go against it. Perhaps some people would say that it was because of bad luck that they encountered a level 3 beast, which delayed them. However, in the world of martial artists, luck was often a part of one's ability. Receiving guidance from an expert was a bit of luck. Obtaining martial arts manuals was also a type of luck. Obtaining treasures was also a type of luck. Cultivating all the way, starting from the lowest level and slowly becoming stronger, one needed to have enough luck. Otherwise, death would be the only way out, not to mention training to become stronger. About 20 strength refining stage martial artists were eliminated. In reality, for them to be able to reach this strength refining stage at such a young age, they had already surpassed many martial artists. They could be considered elites or even geniuses. This showed how strict the 4 academies were when it came to recruiting disciples. The 20 or so strength refining stage martial artists who were eliminated were naturally very depressed. This was because they were all over 20 years old. The next time the 4 academies recruited them, they would already be over 24 years old and would no longer be eligible. The top 10 of the strength refining stage is out. I wonder who will be in the top 10 of the blood stage. As the crowd casually chatted and guessed, time slowly passed. There was a huge difference between the speed of a blood stage martial artist and a strength refining stage martial artist. Therefore, the time limit was doubled to 2 hours. Without any obstacles, a martial artist at the peak of the blood stage 9 stage would still need an hour to break through the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Furthermore, they were constantly encountering beasts. From time to time, distress flares would be shot out. Immediately, the strength refining stage martial artists waiting in the great hunting ground would move out to help. However, sometimes the distance would be too far and the rescue could not be in time. It was inevitable that someone would be killed. Before encountering demonic beasts, Qi and Blood Realm martial artists could indeed rely on their own speed to distinguish between the front and back. However, as the number of demonic beasts increased, the danger would increase. Unless one had an absolute advantage in speed and could shake off all the demonic beasts, one would have to rely on one's strength. However, there were many beasts in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. There were all kinds of beasts. Some were good at strength, while others were good at speed. After being separated, the bloodstage martial artists spread out. The difference between the front and back was not so obvious. Whoever could break through the ultimate martial grand hunting ground first would have to rely on their own strength. It was a comprehensive strength. One after another, the beasts were killed by Chunzong. However, there were even more beasts in the surroundings. They were a wolf pack. Not green silk wolves, but green-eyed wolves, which are even stronger than green silk wolves. Wolf packs had always been beasts that lived in packs. There were at least 10 of them, and at most hundreds of them. Chunzong's luck was terrible. He was surrounded by more than 200 green-eyed wolves. Green-eyed wolves were intermediate stage 2 beasts. Their level was equivalent to a blood stage 8th stage martial artist. However, their strength was much stronger than an ordinary blood stage 8th stage martial artist. Of course, to a powerful martial artist at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9, the green-eyed wolf was nothing. Even the powerful green-eyed wolf leader was nothing. It was only a level 2 upper-grade monster beast. However, once their numbers reached a certain level, they would become a terrifying threat. For example, if there were more than 10 intermediate stage 2 beasts, they would be a death threat to an ordinary blood stage 9th stage martial artist. If there were more than 20 of them, the chances of death would be very high. If there were more than 50 of them, even some elite martial artists at the peak of blood stage 9th stage would be killed if they were not careful. If there were more than 100 of them, even a genius martial artist at the peak of blood stage 9th stage would not dare to face them head-on. Now, Chunzong was facing more than 200 green-eyed wolves alone. It was very scary. Perhaps one could defeat a green-eyed wolf in one move without using any martial arts. However, one should not forget that green-eyed wolves were very fast. Their claws and fangs were very sharp. Once one was hit, one would definitely be injured. Once one was injured and bled, one's condition would deteriorate and affect one's strength. This kind of battle was a high-intensity battle. It consumed a lot of energy, and if one could not replenish it, it would be normal to be killed in the end. Chunzong was different. Even if he did not use his full strength under the blood stage great fulfillment, his blood chi would be replenished quickly. He would be in peak condition at all times. He was a terrifying fighting machine. Without drawing his sword, Chunzong killed one green-eyed wolf after another with just his hands and legs. Nothing could stop him. This kind of killing to his heart's content made Chunzong very happy. No, time is of the essence. I have to leave as soon as possible. After waking up, Chunzong scanned the surroundings. There were dozens of green-eyed wolf corpses around him. The other green-eyed wolves were provoked and charged at him without fear of death. Let's go. Chunzong kicked a green-eyed wolf's head and broke it. Using the momentum, his body was light, as if he was riding the wind and walking on water. He left quickly. At this moment, an even taller and stronger figure suddenly jumped up. Its terrifying claws shone with a cold light. It seemed to tear the air apart as it grabbed at Chunzong. A chill ran down Chunzong's spine. This was a green-eyed wolf leader. It was an upper-class level 2 demonic beast. It seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Even some genius martial artists would hate it. However, Chunzong was not a normal genius martial artist. His reaction was extremely fast. He noticed the green-eyed wolf leader's attack the moment it jumped up. He took a step forward and directly stepped on the green-eyed wolf leader's head. The terrifying force shook and the green-eyed wolf leader fell to the ground. It bled from its 7 orifices and died immediately. With another leap, Chunzong rushed out of the encirclement of the green-eyed wolves. He used wind riding and water treading and quickly left. The green-eyed wolves howled and chased after him. However, there was a difference in speed. They were getting further and further away. Iron Finger, one of the 2 Qi and Blood Realm disciples of the Iron Finger martial school, shot out a finger. His finger seemed to be made of iron and had a trace of metallic luster. A peak upper-class level 2 demonic beast pounced at him and was immediately pierced through its head. When the finger was pulled out, blood mixed with brain matter spurted out and covered the ground. The demonic beast also fell to the ground and died. Nangong Honglai shot out a palm attack. A peak upper-class level 2 demonic beast was sent flying without any resistance. Its body trembled and blood flowed out from its 7 orifices. Chapter 140. Third update. Outside the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit, many people were still waiting. A young man wearing a white martial attire with a simple ink painting of a mountain swayed and rushed out like a gust of wind. He was very fast and had a sense of calmness. It's him, Qin Shijia. This kid's perception is outstanding and he's proficient in all kinds of martial arts. It's reasonable for him to be the first Blood Chi realm martial artist to make it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. Then, the second person appeared. It was the ultimate martial institution's disciple, Yin Feng. His movement technique had a natural elegance. The third person rushed out with a domineering aura. It was Nangong Honglai of the Nangong family. He crossed 10 meters in one step like a battleship breaking through the water. One after another, the 10th Blood Chi realm martial artist appeared not long after. Chunzong isn't among them? The Seven Lights Martial Institution's Tianyao Hall instructor was stunned. Speaking of which, Chunzong had surprised him time and time again. Therefore, this time, he thought that Chunzong might have the ability to enter the top 10. He did not expect that he was not. That's true. There are too many young geniuses below the ultimate martial capital. The instructor shook his head and said to himself. But as time passed, the instructor could not help but become nervous. More and more Blood Chi realm martial artists came out. There were already more than 200 of them, but Chunzong was still not among them. He's still not out yet. Nangong Wuya's eyes widened as he scanned the area. He did not see Chunzong's figure and immediately thought maliciously. He couldn't have been killed by a powerful demon beast, right? At this moment, Zhaning, Su Zhantian, and Yi Qianren appeared one after another. They quickly scanned the area, and when they did not see Chunzong's figure, their hearts could not help but thump. Chunzong's strength was more tyrannical than the 3 of them combined. His speed was also faster than theirs. Under normal circumstances, he should have made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground earlier than the 3 of them. Could it be that something had happened? Did any of you see Chunzong? The instructor quickly asked the Tianyao Hall Blood Chi disciples who came out. I don't know either. I think I saw Chunzong's figure just now. He was surrounded by a pack of cyan light wolves. A disciple said with uncertainty. Surrounded by a pack of cyan light wolves. The cyan light wolf is a class 2 high-tier demonic beast. It can't be that bad, right? In the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, there are very few high-rank 2 demonic beasts in groups. Humph. So what if you are stronger than me? If you are unlucky, then all your words are for naught. Wang Minghua secretly sneered. Even a group of upper LV2 demonic beasts may not be able to defeat Chunzong. However, he will probably be eliminated. Chi Fei secretly sneered. The instructor's face changed. In his opinion, although Chunzong was not weak, if he was surrounded by a group of Class 2 upper-ranked demonic beasts, he would die if he was not careful. However, there was nothing he could do. Time slowly passed, and more than 1.5 hours had passed. Just as the Tianyao Hall disciple said, Chunzong was indeed surrounded by a pack of Class 2 upper-ranked demonic beasts, Cyan Light Wolves. As a Class 2 upper-ranked demonic beast, the Cyan Light Wolf's individual strength was stronger than an ordinary Chi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artist. It could even fight with an elite Chi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artist. Of course, even an elite Chi and Blood Realm Level 9 martial artist was no match for Chunzong. The problem was that there was more than one Cyan Light Wolf. There were more than 80 of them. If it were any other martial artist who was at the peak of Chi and Blood Realm Level 9, they would definitely die. However, Chunzong's cultivation had exceeded Chi and Blood Realm Level 9. He was the legendary Great Fulfillment. His chi and blood were pure and flawless. As long as his chi and blood were not depleted in an instant, he could quickly recover in a short period of time. As long as Chunzong grasped the rhythm of the battle, he could maintain his peak condition. Under such circumstances, although the encirclement of the Cyan Light Wolves brought about quite a bit of pressure, it could not really hurt Chunzong. Moreover, the Cyan Light Wolves were very fast. They were not much slower than Chunzong. If Chunzong wanted to, he would not have been surrounded by the Cyan Light Wolves. The problem was another Cyan Light Wolf not far away. A normal Cyan Light Wolf was about the size of a water buffalo and was very majestic. However, that Cyan Light Wolf was different. Its body was bigger and stronger. It was at least 1 meter longer and half a meter taller than a normal Cyan Light Wolf. Its strong and majestic body was covered in cyan fur that seemed to emit a faint cyan glow. A terrifying aura that surpassed that of a Class 2 demonic beast rose and fell on its body. A Class 3 demonic beast. This was the king of this pack of Cyan Light Wolves. It was a powerful Class 3 demonic beast. In terms of level, it was equivalent to a human martial artist in the first transition of the Force Refining Realm. However, its strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist in the first transition of the Force Refining Realm. Only an elite martial artist could compete with it. This was not the first time Chunzong had seen a Class 3 demonic beast. Back in the Chun family's iron mine, the heavy armored bull had appeared. That kind of terrifying aura had made it difficult for Chunzong to breathe. Now, the aura emitted by this Cyan Light Wolf King was no weaker than that of the heavy armored bull. If it were any other martial artist in the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, they would have stiffened and had difficulty breathing. However, Chunzong found that other than feeling the enormous pressure, he was able to activate his pure Yang blood Qi without holding back. His body would not stiffen and he could still move freely. He also found another advantage of having pure Yang blood Qi at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm. It could greatly reduce the pressure from the outside world. Even so, Chunzong could not leave easily. Every time, he would be intercepted by the Cyan Light Wolf King. A Class 3 demonic beast was, after all, very strong. Its speed was also extremely fast. At this time, the Cyan Light Wolf King had not really attacked. It was only relying on its amazing speed to intercept Chunzong. Die! Chunzong flicked the forehead of a Cyan Light Wolf with his iron-rending finger. The terrifying power of the finger penetrated directly. At this point, Chunzong had killed more than 30 Cyan Light Wolves, and there were still more than 50 left. Awoo! Howling to the sky, the Cyan Light Wolf King's eyes became colder and more violent. The 50 Cyan Light Wolves all retreated and formed a circle, as if they were protecting their king. Being stared at by the Cyan Light Wolf King's cold eyes, Chunzong immediately felt his scalp go numb and out of his control. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong used the 6th level of the True Sword Heaven Supreme skill to mobilize the pure Yang blood Qi in his body. His blood Qi was vast and mighty, like an endless river. His aura was incomparably vigorous, and naturally emitted a trace of sharpness, like a sharp sword unsheathed. When the 6th level of the True Sword Heaven Supreme skill was activated, it could increase the power of the sword technique by 100%. However, before this, Chunzong had not drawn his sword, because the opponent's strength was not enough for him to draw his sword. Facing the Cyan Light Wolf King, however, was different. He had no choice but to draw his sword. The sword light was like frost and snow, gliding through the air. The air seemed to be rippling with water. Chunzong's aura also rose steadily, becoming sharper and sharper, like a sword embryo. The tyrannical pure Yang blood Qi, the purest Yang blood Qi. Chunzong's entire body was like a huge furnace. He should have been emitting a terrifying aura, but the leakless body completely sealed this aura within his body, not letting any of it leak out. It was just that Chunzong's body exuded a slight amount of pressure. The Cyan Light Wolf King did not run, but approached step by step. With every step it took, the tyrannical aura on its body became stronger. As it approached step by step, the pressure increased dramatically. So strong, Chenzong found it increasingly difficult to breathe. That terrifying pressure was brutal, fierce, violent, and cold. It was like a huge wave of cold. Wave after wave came crashing down endlessly, hitting his body and his spiritual will, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Too strong, too strong. Chenzong thought that his cultivation had reached the peak of the blood chi realm, level 10. When he used the pure yang blood chi, he could have an arm strength of 15,000 jin. This was already far beyond any blood chi realm. Even if he could not defeat someone in the chi refining realm, he could at least put up a fight. Now, it seemed that his thoughts were somewhat naive. In the end, there was a huge gap between the blood chi realm and the chi refining realm. It was an insurmountable gap. Blood boil technique. Without any hesitation, Chenzong used the third stage of the blood boil technique. Not only did it increase his strength by 2,000 jin, it also increased his speed by 30%. Let's go. If this was any other place, perhaps Chenzong would have tried to battle with this Cyan Light Wolf King to truly test the extent of his strength. However, this was the examination period, and time was limited. If he delayed any longer, he would be eliminated and have no chance of entering the 4 academies, not to mention the results of the battle. Perhaps it could be said that he was only 18 years old and had 2 more chances. However, one could not forget that the next chance would be 3 years later. Perhaps in 3 years, his cultivation could break through to the chi refining realm and surpass the first transition. However, a feeling told him that the benefits of entering the 4 academies would be greater, and his improvement would also be faster. A martial artist's cultivation was a competition against others, against time, and against oneself. Under the condition that it did not affect one's foundation, it was best to be 1 step earlier. It was just like how he had decided to enter the 7 Lights Martial Academy as soon as possible. Fully using the wind stepping steps, he crossed an astonishing distance of 20 meters with a single step. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 120 meters like a phantom. Chenzong was fast, but the Cyan Light Wolf King was even faster. In a flash, it was like a cyan stream of light flashing through the air, directly intercepting Chenzong. Moreover, its extremely sharp claws tore through the air, leaving behind several cyan sharp marks. The terrifying sharpness seemed to be able to tear through everything. It made all the hair on Chenzong's body stand on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Slash! With a thunderous roar, Chenzong swung his sword and fiercely slashed out. The Cyan Light Wolf King's claw was too fast. It was so fast that Chenzong did not have time to unleash his pure yang qi and blood. He could only slash out like this. The power of this slash was also extraordinary. It contained the strength of 17,000 kilograms of his entire body, and 100% amplification from the 6th stage of the true sword heavenly art. It was as if frost had descended from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the sharp claws and the fake frost sword collided. The tyrannical power exploded and spread out in all directions. The air rippled like water, and the impact was unparalleled. Chenzong retreated continuously. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. His right hand that held the sword was trembling nonstop. He felt as if the webbing between his thumb and forefinger and the muscles of his arm were about to be torn apart. He felt as if his tendons and bones were about to be broken. Chapter 141. I was delayed by something. There will be a second update later. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light as it clawed at Chenzong. It was the Blue Light Wolf King. Extreme Flash Thundersword. Without any hesitation, Chenzong stomped his feet, and his power exploded into the ground, forcefully stopping his retreat. Then he used the power of the sudden stop to push his body forward. 20% of his physical strength and chi and blood power burst out, performing the extreme flash thunder kill sword art. The power of this sword art was several times stronger than the Tittle Realm Endless Flow. The fake frost sword turned into a flash of lightning and thunder. It was fast, violent, and overbearing. It seemed to tear apart layers of dark clouds and shatter all obstacles. It directly clashed with the blue light Wolf King's claws. Boom! Another metal clashing sound was heard. It was the sound of the sword clashing with the wolf's claws. An astonishing aura burst forth, causing the air to ripple like water. It transformed into a gale that blew up the dust on the ground, causing countless sparks to fly. Under the impact of the tyrannical power, Chunzong's body trembled continuously. He couldn't help but retreat, but it was much better than before. Although the blue light Wolf King did not back off, its claws were still bounced back. Then, the blue light Wolf King opened its mouth and bit at Chunzong's head. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and the smell of blood was coming at him. Chunzong looked up and could only see a big black and red hole coming at him. The edge of the big mouth was full of sharp teeth. Once bitten, his upper body would be torn apart, and he would die a horrible death. Shadow Clone. In the face of danger, Chunzong did not have any distracting thoughts. He focused his mind and activated all of his power. He was as active as boiling water, controlling everything around him. Using the Shadow Clone technique, the shadow was directly crushed by the blue light Wolf King's big mouth and dissipated like smoke. Chunzong's real body appeared on the side. He stabbed out with his sword like a flash of lightning that tore apart layers of dark clouds. It was like a flash of lightning that shattered the earth. It was powerful, fast, and overbearing. This strike was faster and more powerful than the previous one. It contained 30% of Chunzong's physical strength and 30% of his pure yang blood chi. The fake frost sword was like a bolt of frost lightning, tearing through the air and striking the green light Wolf King's body. No chi and Blood Realm cultivator would be able to defend against such a strike. They wouldn't even be able to react. Although the green light Wolf King was strong, it was still a little slower than this sword and was directly killed. The silky smooth fur was cut off, and the sharp tip of the fake frost sword pierced into the tough skin of the blue light Wolf King. Chunzong could feel a great resistance. The pain caused the azure light Wolf King to explode out with a terrifying aura, and a wave of energy continuously rippled out. Dust and smoke billowed out as if there was a massive storm. The terrifying sharp claws seemed to ignore the distance between them and directly clawed at Chunzong. The chilling force made Chunzong feel them all over. Split Shadow. Once again, he used the doppelganger body technique. It was so lifelike that it could pass off as the real thing. Once again, the illusory image was shattered by the sharp claws. What a terrifying defense! Chunzong was secretly surprised. The extreme flash Thunder Slayer sword that was executed with 30% of his physical strength and pure yang blood chi was extremely powerful. However, it only pierced the green light Wolf King's skin and caused a slight injury that was almost negligible. The difference was too great. He constantly used his agile footwork to circle around the green light Wolf King. As he attacked, he tried his best to recover his physical strength and blood chi. Although the green light Wolf King's body was huge, its movements were not slow at all. It was very agile. As it turned, its claws repeatedly clawed at Chunzong. It tore through the air and posed a fatal threat to him. The pressure caused by this fatal threat constantly battered Chunzong, and his mind and body had to bear it together. Under such circumstances, everything was highly concentrated. At this moment, when the green light Wolf King's claws tore through the air, Chunzong could not dodge in time and immediately attacked with his sword. The collision quickly changed. Immediately, the green light Wolf King's other claw came from the other side. Then, it opened its sharp mouth and bit at Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong faced attacks from three sides. It was as if he was attacked by three targets at the same time. The huge pressure locked him down and made it difficult for him to dodge. One sword, 8 changes. In an instant, the sword technique changed 8 times in a row. As it changed, it circled around his body. Each sword contained a terrifying power, resisting and weakening the green light Wolf King's attack as much as possible. However, his arm was still numb from the shock. One sword 9 changes. The azure light Wolf King's sharp claw descended, seeming to cover the entire sky. Only that claw, which gave off a cold azure light, was able to tear Chunzong into countless pieces. Chunzong's entire body felt cold, and he felt that he would not be able to block it. This was a crisis, a true life and death crisis. If he could not block it, he would die. Chunzong did not want to die. His mind and will were highly concentrated. The mysterious sword tip in the middle of his forehead seemed to be attracted as it trembled slightly. The silver dragon danced, and the silver light shone, making Chunzong unprecedentedly transparent. Under the pressure brought by this life and death crisis, the previous obstacles were finally overcome. Under the changes of the sword technique, the 9th change was performed smoothly. The 9th change resisted the green light Wolf King's claw. Chunzong staggered back. After all, the power of the green light Wolf King's claw was too strong. It was already good to be able to resist it. If he wanted to completely resist it, he would need to be much stronger. However, at the same time, Chunzong also took the opportunity to divert the force. Although he was shocked, he was not injured. Moreover, after the one sword 9 changes, there was a strange change. Chunzong felt as if he had broken through some shackles, as if he was about to master something unfathomable. In an instant, he had a deeper understanding and mastery of his own body. The mastery and application of his own power seemed to have risen to a whole new level. The heart is there, the eyes are there, the hands are there. A thought instantly appeared in his mind. All the things that he did not understand in the past suddenly became clear and understood. This was the cultivation of a warrior. If he could not understand it, it would be the same no matter how much time he spent. Of course, it was not a waste of effort. It was accumulation. When he understood it, he would be able to master it in one go. Chunzong had actually comprehended the one sword 9 changes for a long time, but he was stuck at the bottleneck. However, his mastery and application of his own power was very exquisite. It was far better than warriors of the same level. Even many warriors with higher cultivation might not be comparable to him. Mastering the one sword 9 changes did not mean that one could immediately step into the martial path. It still needed time to digest it. It would take at least a few months to truly step into the martial path. Chunzong was different. Now that he was in danger, he had an epiphany. All the accumulation was transformed under the pressure of this life and death crisis. He immediately understood. The heart, the eyes, and the hands are 3 in 1. So, just as he thought about it, his eyes looked over at the same time. The fake frost flowing sword in his hand also attacked at the same time. It was equivalent to making 3 moves at the same time. The moment he attacked, Chunzong had a very strange feeling. It was as if the sword in his hand had become as light as a feather. It did not float and was completely under his control. The power in his body was also twisted into one. Originally, Chunzong's every attack was very powerful. Now that the speed of the sword had been greatly increased, the power was more condensed, and the power was even more tyrannical. No matter how the blue light Wolf King attacked with its claws, Chunzong could resist and counterattack. Although the power of each attack was not as powerful as the blue light Wolf King's claws, Chunzong could attack with 2 swords. The power of the 2 swords was enough to counteract the blue light Wolf King's claws. I feel that there is still potential for the heart, the eye, and the hand to be explored. Chunzong thought to himself. At this time, he had completely forgotten about the 4 Great Academies exam. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to use the blue light Wolf King's powerful strength to train himself and further explore the potential of the heart, the eye, and the hand to be improved. After a long battle, the blue light Wolf King was getting stronger and stronger. It was furious. It let out a sharp howl, and all the hair on its body stood up. Its already huge body seemed to have expanded out of nowhere, and the violent aura it emitted was even more intense. Immediately, the light flowed and poured into its claws, causing them to emit an even more intense blue luster. Under the cover, the claws seemed to have turned into blue metal, and the aura they emitted was even colder. In the blink of an eye, the claws grabbed out. The sky was filled with claws, and all of them were aimed at Chunzong. It was as if it wanted to tear Chunzong apart. Demonic Beast Battle Technique. Chunzong's pupils shrank. It was impossible for Level 1 and Level 2 demonic beasts to master demonic beast battle techniques, because their strength mainly came from their physical strength and blood energy. However, for Level 3 demonic beasts, in addition to their physical strength, their blood energy would also change and become an even more powerful force. That was the demonic beast power, which was on the same level as a martial artist's internal force, but more powerful. However, not all Level 3 demonic beasts could master demonic beast battle techniques. Especially for Level 3 demonic beasts, there were very few who could master demonic beast battle techniques. The Blue Light Wolf King's mastery of demonic beast battle techniques was out of Chunzong's expectation, and its threat had greatly increased. Endless Flow. Without any hesitation, Chunzong performed the Endless Flow sword art, which was at the Nuance realm. In terms of power, it might not be as powerful as the Extreme Flash Thunder sword art, but the Extreme Flash Thunder sword art focused on one point of attack, while the Endless Flow was a continuous attack, which was just right to counter the Blue Light Wolf King's demonic beast battle technique. Countless sword lights gushed out like a continuous tide, colliding with the claws again and again. It's even faster now. Chunzong could feel that under the pressure of the Blue Light Wolf King's demonic beast battle technique, the 3-in-1 sword art had improved again. Its speed had obviously increased, which indirectly increased its power. The Endless Flow sword art was even more powerful now. Extreme Flash Thunder sword art. After shattering the claws, Chunzong's power exploded again. This time, he used 50% of his physical strength and 50% of his pure yang blood energy. The sword disappeared, and so did his arm. All that could be seen was a flash of lightning. A sizzling sound was heard, followed by an explosion. The Blue Light Wolf King was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the sword. It rolled on the ground, and a bloody hole was opened in its chest. Blood was gushing out, and the green fur around the wound was slightly burnt. Looking at Chunzong with fear, the Blue Light Wolf King let out a whine and immediately turned to leave. The other Blue Light Wolves also turned to leave, obviously terrified of Chunzong. Chapter 142. Second update. Do any of you still have monthly tickets? How about some? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he really have been killed by a demon beast? Outside the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, the instructors of Seven Lights Martial Institution's Tianyao Hall were extremely worried. Zhaning and a few others were the same. There was not much time left. In the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, a figure was extremely fast, as if he was riding the wind. Every step he took was 6 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had taken 3 steps. This was Chunzong, rushing towards the exit of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground with all his might. Although he had comprehended the 9 transformations one sword and had grasped the heart, eye, and hand as one technique, it would still be very depressing if he was eliminated by the 4 great academies because of this. While rushing with all his might, Chunzong pondered over the triad of martial Tao. When a martial artist makes a move, he must first have a thought. Having a thought is the thought. Then he must use his eyes to lock onto his target. That is the eye. Finally, he must attack. That is the hand. Thought, eyes, and attack. These are 3 processes. A certain amount of time is needed to connect them. If he is using a rank martial art, then he will need to unleash the power of his chi and blood. This will take a little more time. Although the higher a martial artist's cultivation and strength, the faster their attack speed would be, the shorter the time required to unleash chi and blood or inner strength would be, it was still unavoidable. Previously, Chunzong's attack speed was very, very fast, surpassing many Qi and Blood Realm martial artists. He could even match an ordinary first transition Qi refining realm martial artist. However, he still needed time. Now that he had grasped the triad of martial Dao and grasped the heart, eye, and hand as one technique, it was no longer 3 steps. Instead, it was a single step. However, Chunzong knew that because he had grasped the triad of martial Dao, he still needed time to react. However, compared to before, it was much shorter. If he were to use a ratio to calculate, his current attack speed was almost 60% faster than before. 60%. What kind of concept was that? If Chunzong could unleash 2 strikes in a second before, he could now easily unleash 3 strikes. Not only did the power not decrease, it was even stronger. After all, the power of an attack's power was related not only to its power, but also to its speed. This kind of speed was already faster than many first transition stage martial artists. It was also much faster than the 3rd-grade Green Light Wolf King. It should be noted that the Green Light Wolf King was a wolf-type demonic beast that excelled in speed. Chunzong also knew that it wasn't accurate to use a scale to calculate, but it was relatively more intuitive and made him more aware of the changes, especially the feeling of stepping into martial arts after the 9 transformations of one sword. It was a wonderful feeling. The power in his body condensed into one. This feeling made Chunzong realize that the combination of physical strength and qi and blood in the past was only a superficial combination. It was very rough. Now that he had just stepped into martial arts, the combination of physical strength and qi and blood was a deeper and more efficient combination. With extreme speed, Chunzong overtook one martial artist after another, flying towards the exit of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. There was not much time left. Outside the exit of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, there was a huge water hourglass. The water at the top of the hourglass was about to run out. This was a 2-hour hourglass. Once it ran out, it meant that 2 hours had passed. Until the last moment, no one could be sure, especially the mentors of Tianyao Hall. So what if the bloodline is better than mine? It's destined that only I will complete the mission. Qi Fei sneered secretly. He actually hoped that Chunzong would die so that he wouldn't be suppressed. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. It's Chunzong. He finally appeared. Chunzong, quick, quick, quick! Suzhan Tian and the others were pleasantly surprised as they hurriedly shouted. Chunzong also heard their voices and smiled slightly. His body was as fast as the wind, but he didn't lose his elegance as he rushed out of the ultimate martial grand hunting grounds exit. Not long after, the last drop of water in the hourglass fell. Time was up. No. The martial artists who rushed out from behind immediately cried out in sorrow. It was just a little bit of difference in time, and they had missed the opportunity to enter the 4 great academies. They were unwilling, extremely unwilling. Chunzong breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost eliminated. That was close. Zhang Ying laughed. Although he wasn't in the top 10, it's good that he passed the elimination round. The mentors also laughed. Lucky bastard. Nangong Wulia was very unhappy. Nangong Honglia's eyes also fell on Chunzong. He already knew that Nangong Wulia was injured by Chunzong. Qi Fei, Wang Minghua, and the others' faces turned ugly. However, no matter what, Chunzong rushed out at the last moment. No matter what happened on the way, he didn't enter the top 10, so no one paid too much attention to him. As for the rumor that he was surrounded by the upper-class 2 demonic beasts, the Green Light Wolves, it was denied. Even people like Nangong Honglai and Qin Shijia would die if they were surrounded by dozens of upper-class 2 demonic beasts. Looking at Chunzong, he was unharmed. They didn't know that Chunzong's real cultivation was at the Qi and Blood realm. He had a Qi and Blood flawless body. When he fought with the Green Light Wolf King, he suffered internal injuries, but with the help of the pure Yang Qi and Blood Qi, he recovered quickly. Congratulations to those who made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground in the allotted time. You are qualified to become disciples of the four great academies. Hearing this, those who made it out in the allotted time all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being recognized and being recognized were two different things. As for those who were eliminated, their faces were filled with sadness. Those who were eliminated, if you're not over 24 years old after 3 years, you still have a chance. The doors of the four great academies will always be open. Shenzong already knew that there were more than 600 young martial artists in the assessment this time. Among them, more than 200 were Qi refining realm martial artists, but more than 20 of them were eliminated. It seems that even if you have the ability, it's not a sure thing. You also need to have enough luck, Shenzong thought to himself. He had a deeper understanding. As for the Qi and Blood Realm martial artists, there were more than 400 of them, but only slightly more than 200 of them made it through the elimination round. It was almost a 50-50 chance. Among them, more than 30 died and more than 20 were crippled. This had never happened before. It had to be said that the elimination round this time was very cruel. Shenzong couldn't help but feel terrified. If he didn't have enough accumulation before, if he didn't make a breakthrough in the nick of time, it was very likely that he would be added to the list of crippled or dead. Practicing martial arts is a cruel path. I will definitely continue to charge through it, Shenzong said to himself as he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. The crowd began to move to the large arena. The top 10 previously referred to the top 10 who made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground. It had nothing to do with one's ability. After all, being fast didn't mean that one was strong, and there were other factors. However, regardless of whether it was the top 10 in the Qi and Blood Realm, they were all rewarded by the City Lord residents. The top 10 in the Blood Realm were rewarded with 200,000 white jade coins, which was not a small amount. As for the Qi Realm, they were rewarded with 1 million white jade coins, which was also not a small amount. No matter when, money was always a necessity. What came next was the highlight of the show. The top 10 in the Qi Realm and Blood Realm were not hosted by the City Lord residents, but by the four great academies. The Qi Realm had their own arenas, and the Blood Realm had their own arenas. Both arenas were held separately. Now, may the top 10 who made it out of the ultimate martial grand hunting ground enter the arena. The person hosting the arenas was someone from the four great academies. He didn't look like a deacon elder, but because he was very young, he should be a disciple of the four great academies. However, each of them exuded a strong aura, which made the crowd look forward to the four great academies even more. On the Qi Realm side, Nangong Tianze, Lin Tianyu, Fong Jinlong, Dongfang Lei Chao, and the rest of the 10 leaped up one after another and landed on the arena with different postures. On the Blood Realm side, Qin Shijia was lifted up by a gentle breeze and landed on the arena naturally. What a brilliant movement technique! Shenzong thought to himself. Not only did Qin Shijia cultivate his movement technique to the minute subtlety realm, but he also integrated his own understanding into it. His comprehension ability was indeed outstanding. Yin Feng's figure was fleeting. When he leaped up, he was like a white cloud that swept across the arena and landed on the arena. Nangong Honglai was very direct. He jumped up directly. With a bang, the entire arena seemed to shake. His momentum was vigorous. One after another, the Blood Realm martial artists appeared on the arena. There were a total of 10 of them, and each of them had their own style. No matter what, to be able to make it to the top 10 in the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, they more or less had outstanding abilities. There are actually 2 rewards for the top 10. The first one is the white jade coin given out by the City Lord's mansion. The other reward is the default top 10 of the second stage. As the voice of a disciple from the 4 great palaces fell, everyone's expression changed greatly. If they knew that there was such a reward, they would have fought for it with all their might. Now, they had lost their chance. Shenzong frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He felt that it shouldn't be like this. There should still be a chance. If you feel that you have enough strength, you can challenge the default top 10. If you defeat your opponent, you'll be able to enter the top 10. The disciple from the 4 great academies continued. Hearing this, the crowd saw hope. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the 10 people on the arena. The 10 people had different expressions, but none of them were afraid. Before we begin, I would like to explain the composition of the disciples of the 4 great academies. The disciples of the 4 great academies are divided into 3 levels: preparatory disciples, official disciples, and guardian disciples. Although you can enter the 4 great academies, you can only be a preparatory disciple. You have to break through to the chi refining realm within a year and pass the test to become an official disciple. And the top 10 in the competition can skip the preparatory disciple status and become an official disciple directly. Official disciple. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Although they didn't know how big the difference was, the difference between a preparatory disciple and an official disciple was obvious. It was quite attractive. For preparatory disciples, the academies only provide accommodation and don't allow them to enjoy any resources. On the other hand, official disciples can truly enjoy the resources provided by the academies. The 4 great academies were undoubtedly very powerful. The resources provided were probably not bad. Everyone was tempted. Chapter 143. In fact, there was no clear distinction between the top 10. Regardless of whether one was first or 10th, the treatment was the same. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. No one is allowed to challenge the same person twice or more in a row. The disciples of the 4 academies explained the rules. This rule was to prevent one person from challenging the same person multiple times, which would be a waste of time. They were also worried that it would be unfair to challenge the same person continuously. Now, the challenge begins. Who wants to go first? Me. Immediately, someone shouted, "I want to challenge him." The person pointed at Yinfeng. Yinfeng smiled and jumped into the arena. The battle immediately started. The challenger's legs flew up and kicked out continuously. It was like a pair of scissors that kept opening and closing. Yinfeng's footsteps seemed to be messy, but there was a pattern to them. Under the green and white martial attire, his whole body was like a cloud. He calmly dodged the opponent's leg attacks and appeared on the other side. Then, he gently threw out a palm. That palm was like a floating cloud, but it was impossible to dodge. It directly hit the opponent's chest and sent him flying. The failure of the challenge did not dampen the other people's enthusiasm. After all, if one could enter the top 10, they would be able to become an official disciple of the 4 academies and enjoy the treatment that only official disciples had. It was equivalent to surpassing other Chi and Blood Realm disciples. Moreover, this was the ultimate martial main city. Everyone wanted to show off and become the center of attention in front of everyone. The second challenger was Nangong Honglai. He seemed to be very confident in his own strength. However, Nangong Honglai did not dodge. He directly struck out with his palm. This palm was different from Yunfeng's floating palm technique. It was slowly struck out and directly compressed the air in front of it, forming a terrifying palm pressure. His opponent immediately felt that there was nowhere to dodge this palm and could only take it head-on. However, there was an absolute difference in strength, so he was directly sent flying and vomited blood. So powerful! Shenzong was secretly surprised. With just one palm, one could more or less see Nangong Honglia's ability. Not only was he born with extraordinary strength, but he also had a high degree of control over his own strength. For a martial artist, it was not scary to be powerful, because there were some powerful forces that could not be controlled freely. They could only use a small part of it and waste most of it. The truly scary ones were those martial artists who had a high degree of control over their own strength. They could use most of their strength, or even 100% of it, or even more than 100% of it. Nangong Honglai was born with divine strength and tyrannical physique. In terms of strength, he could suppress many martial artists of the same level. Moreover, his control over his own strength had reached at least 90%. The strength he could display was naturally very strong. Qin Shijia was also challenged. He, who was known for his superior comprehension, easily defeated the challenger with a single finger. He He was as calm as the wind and clouds, calm and unruffled. The challenges continued, and finally, a martial artist in the top 10 was defeated. The person who defeated him was one of the two Chi and Blood Realm martial artists from the Iron Finger sect. His Iron Finger technique was very powerful and could pierce through rocks and steel. It was very terrifying. The battle between the force-refining realm cultivators was also very intense. There was no doubt about Nangong Tian's strength. He easily defeated his challengers. As for Lin Tianyu, whose background was unknown, his strength was also extraordinary. As soon as his sword was drawn, his opponent was defeated without even knowing how. There was also Fang Jinlong, Dongfang Leichao, and the others. Their strength was also not to be underestimated. They were completely superior to ordinary force-refining realm martial artists who had gone through the first transition. However, their strength did not mean that the others were strong as well. In the challenges, 2 of them were replaced. In the Qi and Blood Realm, after a few rounds of challenges, Qin Shijia, Nangong Honglai, and Yun Feng had not been defeated. They were still in the top 10. In addition, there was a female martial artist called Shui Yao. She practiced dual blades. When she used them, they were like dancing butterflies, beautiful and dangerous. The other 6 had been replaced more than once. Chen Zong had not made a move yet, so he was not in a hurry. After a few more rounds of challenges, there were not many left who had not challenged. Even Shui Yao had been defeated. Only Qin Shijia, Nangong Honglai, and Yunfeng's positions were not shaken. Every time, they could easily defeat the challengers. They did not consume much energy at all. Even if they did, they could quickly recover and it would not affect their next challenge. As the challenges went on, they were not as enthusiastic as before. Compared to those who had not challenged, they were either observing or not confident in their own strength. When they saw that the people in front of them were so strong, they felt that they had no hope. After thinking about it, they did not want to embarrass themselves. Chen Zong, are you not going to challenge? Zhang asked. He had challenged just now, but was defeated. Su Zhantian and Yi Qianren had also challenged and were defeated. The other people from Seven Lights Martial Institution's Tianyao Hall had also challenged, but most of them were defeated. Qi Fei was the same. Speaking of which, Qi Fei had the ability to enter the top 10. However, he had to hide some of his strength. Otherwise, if he used all of his strength, it would be very disadvantageous if someone noticed something. It seemed that only Chen Zong had the hope of entering the top 10. Regarding this, the instructors were also very concerned. After all, entering the top 10 was not only beneficial to oneself, but it would also greatly enhance the reputation of Seven Lights Martial Institution. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? If not, the top 10 is decided. A disciple of the 4 academies said, Me. Chen Zong spoke. I challenge him. He casually pointed at one of them. It was the other Blood Qi disciple of Iron Finger Clan. Come up. The Iron Finger Clan disciple was the first to jump onto the arena. His straight and rough finger pointed at Chen Zong. It was powerful and resonant. You must defeat him and enter the top 10. The instructor secretly said. Chen Zong had surprised him time and time again. Although he did not do so during the ultimate martial grand hunting ground, he hoped that there would be another surprise this time. Since you defeated Ah Wu, let me see how strong you are. Nangong Honglai secretly said. Qin Shijia also showed a trace of interest. Chen Zong calmly walked to the bottom of the arena and jumped up. He landed lightly on the arena and walked towards his opponent step by step. Iron Finger Art. His opponent let out a low growl and took a step forward as if he was shooting an arrow. Immediately after, he raised his right hand and put his index and middle fingers together. They were as straight as steel and pierced through the air with unstoppable force towards Chen Zong. This finger was one of the moves of the Iron Finger skill, a superior grade mortal realm martial art. It was so powerful that it could easily pierce through rocks and even steel. His opponent had used this move once and for all to intimidate others so that they would not dare to challenge him again. This is dangerous. The Iron Finger Clan disciple's strength was obvious. When he used the Iron Finger Art, he was even more powerful. How is his sword art? Qin Shijia thought to himself. Everyone thought that Chunzong would have to use his sword. However, Chunzong did not have any intention to use his sword. Instead, he hung the long sword on his waist and flicked his left hand. His middle finger and thumb interlocked and flicked towards his opponent's iron finger art. With a bang, Chunzong's fingers seemed to tremble and retract. His opponent's iron finger art was directly defeated. His two fingers were bent, and the powerful force made him retreat. Impossible! How is this possible? Almost everyone was dumbfounded. As everyone knew, the Iron Finger clan was best at finger arts, especially the iron finger art. It was extremely famous, and there were very few finger arts that could be compared to it. The finger techniques used by the disciples of the Iron Finger sect were extremely powerful. Apart from having an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength, it was unrealistic to use finger techniques to fight them head-on. Now, someone had done it, and it was a cultivator with a sword. So, the truth is that he specializes in finger arts, and the sword is just a trick. Some people could not help but guess. They did not know that Chunzong's iron-cracking finger had reached the tittle realm. Moreover, he was even better at using his own strength than his opponent. With the same amount of strength, it was natural that he would be more powerful. It should be known that Chunzong did not use the heart, eye, hand, and 3 combination to launch this attack. What a brilliant use of strength. Qin Shijia and Nangong Honglai saw it clearly. After all, they were better than many warriors at the same level in this aspect. Impossible! The Iron Finger clan disciple was shocked. He was the one who felt it the most. That kind of finger power that could shatter steel was actually better than his iron finger art. He did not believe it, so he used his iron finger art again. This time, his attack was faster and fiercer. His 2 fingers crossed slightly, and the power was even more powerful. Chunzong's expression was calm. He still used his iron-cracking finger. No matter how his opponent's iron finger changed, it still could not escape, and they collided again. With a bang, his opponent's finger retracted again and bent slightly. Chunzong took a step forward and lightly flicked his finger. It did not seem fast, but it gave the feeling that it was impossible to dodge and directly hit his opponent's chest. The Iron Finger clan disciple lost, and Chunzong won. He was ranked in the top 10 and immediately gave people a mysterious feeling. After all, he had a long sword at his waist. No matter how you looked at it, he was a sword warrior. Very few people who did not practice swords would deliberately carry a sword for some unknown reason. Then, if his opponent was a sword warrior, and his finger arts were so powerful, wouldn't it mean that his sword arts were even more terrifying? Or could it be that he was just a weirdo trying to please the crowd, and just like what others had guessed, he carried a sword just to confuse his opponent? What was the truth? Awu, come and challenge me. Nangong Honglai said to Nangong Wuya, who was standing beside him. Brother, I'm not your opponent. Nangong Wuya immediately said. He was injured by Chunzong, and although he had taken a pill, it had not been long since his injury had healed. Thus, he had not challenged anyone yet. I know, I will admit defeat. Nangong Honglai said. You plan to let me enter the top 10, and then you will challenge others? Nangong Wuya was not stupid, and his eyes immediately lit up. Nangong Honglai nodded, and his gaze swept towards Chunzong. Nangong Wuya immediately understood. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The disciples of the 4 academies glanced at Chunzong and asked again. Me, Nangong Wuya immediately said. Nangong Wuya directly challenged Nangong Honglai. I admit defeat. Nangong Honglai did not even fight and directly admitted defeat. I want a challenge. As expected, Nangong Honglai directly challenged Chunzong. Shameless, despicable. Jianing and the others were furious. They were not stupid and immediately realized that Nangong Honglai was targeting Chunzong. He was deliberately using this method to challenge Chunzong. Chapter 144. No matter how others looked at him, Nangong Honglia's expression didn't change at all. This was a terrifying willpower. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't be influenced by others unless he was proven wrong. This kind of person would either walk all the way to the dark side or have extraordinary achievements. Being able to injure Wu Lai proves that you're quite strong. I hope you can last a few more moves against me. Nangong Honglai jumped and landed on the arena like a heavy rock. However, he didn't make any sound and was as light as a feather. This strong contrast made people feel uncomfortable. You're saying the opposite. Shenzong smiled. Then let's see. Nangong Honglia's expression turned cold. His eyes shone with an overbearing light. He took a step forward and stomped heavily on the arena. With a bang, the entire arena seemed to shake. With a boom, Nangong Honglai crashed into Shenzong like a war chariot. He gathered his power and pushed forward the moment he got close to Shenzong. It had an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The terrifying pressure was like a surging wave. Of the 4 major academies, my target is the Real Sword Academy. However, if I don't show enough potential, the Real Sword Academy might not accept me. Shenzong's mind spun quickly, and he decided to attack. If there were no accidents, this battle with Nangong Honglai would probably be his last battle here. He had to show off his sword skills and let the people of the True Sword Academy take a look at him. With a thought, he unsheathed the fake frost sword. A frosty sword light filled the air like autumn water, bringing with it a chill. He's using his sword. Is he really a sword warrior? Everyone's eyes widened. The disciples of the 4 great academies also looked at the battle with interest. Especially the disciples of the Real Sword Academy. They paid more attention to it. In fact, the battle for the top 10 seemed to be a chance to become an official disciple on surface. However, it was secretly to observe who was stronger and who had better potential. Relatively speaking, the 4 great academies valued potential more. After all, strength was only temporary. With enough potential, it would be easier to improve. When Shenzong pulled out his sword, Qin Shijia and the others became even more attentive. Nangong Honglai only felt a snow-like brilliance flash before his eyes, and a chill suddenly assaulted him. The sharpness of the sword cut through his palm, and a sword slashed towards him. "Break!" Nangong Honglai bellowed. His palm instantly clenched into a fist. His fist glowed with a metallic luster as it fiercely smashed towards the sword light at an even faster speed. He wanted to smash the sword light and crush Shenzong. As the sword slashed down, the sword light converged, seeming to be even more ferocious. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air as if there were ripples sweeping through the surrounding air. The sword was bounced back, and the fist was knocked back. But in the blink of an eye, the sword was chopped down again, and the fist was punched out again. Once again, they collided. 3 times in a row, the tyrannical power continued to surge, and both sides were forced to take a few steps back. So strong. To be able to borrow the force of a recoil to attack again, his control over his own strength is indeed astonishing. At first glance, his sword art is indeed not bad. The disciples of the True Sword Academy nodded to themselves. Having fought Nangong Honglai personally, Shenzong could clearly sense that Nangong Honglai had not used his full strength earlier. At the same time, Nangong Honglai could also feel that Shenzong's control of his strength was not inferior to his own. In fact, Shenzong was even better than him. Nangong Honglai roared, and his aura fluctuated. He stopped his retreat and immediately rushed forward. He slapped out with his palm, while his other hand formed a fist and smashed towards Shenzong. Then he stepped towards Shenzong's left foot, forming a 3-pronged attack, showing off his superb fighting skills. Shenzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. In an instant, the 3 forms of the sword collided with Nangong Honglia's fist, palm, and leg, blocking all of them. Shenzong's 4th sword counterattacked, stabbing towards Nangong Honglia's face. It was so fast that Nangong Honglia's expression changed drastically, and his pupils shrank. This was under the condition that Shenzong did not use the mind, eye, and hand triple combo. Although Nangong Honglai was strong, there was still a large gap between him and the blue light Wolf King. If it were not for the fact that he did not want to reveal too much of his strength, Chunzong would have defeated him with one strike. In order to survive in this world, it was necessary to keep some of your strength hidden. Only then would you not be seen through and deliberately targeted by hidden enemies. On the path of a martial artist, the further one walked, the more they understood the need to hide some of their strength and techniques. Being too high profile would only lead to self-destruction. In this world, there was no one who was truly invincible. Once someone knew all of your techniques, there would always be a way to counter them. Moreover, Chunzong did not want to reveal that he was at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm. This was a realm that was considered a legend. Once it was revealed, what kind of uproar would it cause? Chunzong did not know, but everything had its pros and cons. Before he had enough strength to withstand it, keeping a low profile was the best choice. He controlled his strength at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm and used his own techniques to fight with Nangong Honglai. This technique was the application of strength and the mastery of the sword. Chunzong did his best to exploit every bit of it. As they fought, they constantly clashed. On the other hand, Nangong Honglai's Qi and Blood were like rainbows. His skin was suffused with a red glow like a thin layer of metal film. This was especially obvious on his fists. Nangong Honglai was born with superhuman strength and cultivated a special cultivation method. When he channeled it, his skin became extremely tough, as if it was coated with a layer of metal. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to harm him, especially when his Qi and Blood were channeled at full force. His fists could even collide with Chunzong's fake frost-flowing sword. His Qi and Blood were like rainbows, and his body was like a tiger or bear. He was extremely violent and unstoppable. Nangong Honglai unleashed his full strength. He was like a human-shaped monster beast. Every strike of his was extremely terrifying, capable of causing turbulence. The many Qi and Blood realm martial artists below were all aghast. Those who had fought with Nangong Honglai before were even more terrified. Fortunately, Nangong Honglai did not use his true strength when dealing with them. Otherwise, their bodies would have been torn apart with a single strike. What made them even more shocked was that Chunzong, who had always kept a low profile, was actually able to fight Nangong Honglai, who was like a monster in human form. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Once these two people break through to the Qi training realm, they will definitely be the cream of the crop, the disciples of the four academies said to themselves. Just like the Qi and Blood realm, there were differences in strength between Qi and Blood realm martial artists of the same level. For example, if they were both in the first transition of the Qi training realm, the stronger one might be able to defeat the weaker one within 3 moves. The more they fought, the uglier Nangong Honglai's expression became. He discovered that no matter how much strength he used, he was unable to suppress Chunzong. Chunzong was extremely tenacious and skillful. With a sword in hand, he was able to block and dodge all of Chunzong's attacks. On the other hand, Nangong Honglai had to use all of his strength to deal with each counterattack. Blood-boiling technique. Nangong Honglai once again unleashed the third layer of the blood-boiling technique. His strength instantly increased by 2,000 pounds, and his entire body seemed to be covered by a thin layer of red light. The third layer of the blood-boiling technique not only increased Nangong Honglai's strength, but also increased his speed by 30%. Not only did his movement speed increase, but his attack speed also increased. The power of each of his attacks increased by a lot. Boom, boom, boom. Every palm, punch, and kick let out a shocking sound. Chunzong's expression was grave. The third layer of the blood-boiling technique had caused Nangong Honglai's strength to increase by a lot. In this state, Nangong Honglai would even be able to contend against an ordinary first transition martial artist. Flood fist. Nangong Honglai once again punched out. This time, both of his fists were like a surging flood. Surging current. Endless current. Chunzong struck out with his sword. With 2 consecutive moves, he directly shattered the flood of fists and counterattacked. The endless stream of sword light seemed to be endless. Nangong Honglai was enraged. He continuously punched out with both of his fists before he was able to barely defend against the attack. However, before he could recover, Chunzong once again struck out with his sword. This sword strike was extremely powerful, as if it could split apart a hard mountain rock. It directly landed on Nangong Honglia's chest and split open the golden silk inner armor. This tyrannical strike caused Nangong Honglai to fly backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered internal injuries. His blood and chi were in chaos, and his berserk aura, which was like that of a human-shaped demonic beast, rapidly decreased. "You're not my match," Chunzong calmly said as he pointed his sword at Nangong Honglai. Nangong Honglia's face alternated between green and white. He glared angrily at Chunzong, as if he wanted to tear him apart. However, he knew that in his current state, he could only use 30% of his strength at most. If he wasn't Chunzong's match, even with his full strength, how could he fight him with 30% of his strength? He had lost. Nangong Honglai was extremely unwilling, especially when he thought about how he had given up a place in the top 10 to defeat Chunzong, only to be defeated instead. His strength had greatly decreased, and it wouldn't be easy for him to challenge the others in the top 10. After all, he wasn't a match for Chunzong, Qin Shijia, and Yun Feng in the top 10. The others weren't weak either. It was hard to say who would win if they fought. The only thing he could be sure of was that his injuries would worsen. As for his younger brother, Nangong Wulia's place, he had already given it up. The other members of the Nangong family also had ugly expressions. They looked at Chunzong with eyes full of killing intent. If they weren't here, they would definitely attack and kill Chunzong. Unfortunately, the disciples of the 4 great academies were here. If they attacked, the consequences would be severe. He's so strong. Qin Shijia's pupils shrank for the first time, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. His comprehension ability was outstanding, but he might not be able to defeat Nangong Honglai in a fight. Not only did Chunzong defeat Nangong Honglai, but he also came out unscathed. As for Yun Feng, who didn't think highly of Chunzong, he was dumbfounded. He was weaker than Nangong Honglai. Fortunately, Chunzong didn't challenge him, or else, thinking of this, Yun Feng couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 145. The top 10 in the energy training realm were Nangong Tianzi, Lin Tianyu, Fong Jinlong, Dongfang Leichao, and so on. The top 10 in the Qi in blood realm were Qin Shijia, Yun Feng, Chunzong, Nangong Wulia, and so on. The top 10 had never fought before, so it was hard to say who was stronger. However, there was no doubt that they were the strongest. Congratulations on becoming an official disciple of the 4 great academies. Now, choose the academy that you wish to enter. The 4 great academies were a collective name. There were a total of 4 academies: Tianwu Academy, Giant Blade Academy, Fiery Blood Academy, and True Sword Academy. The foundations and strength of the 4 academies were similar, but they were all different. Tianwu Academy focused on fist, palm, leg, finger, and other martial arts. They focused on the refinement and mastery of martial arts. On the other hand, the Giant Blade Academy focused on all kinds of weapons. Although they also taught fist and leg martial arts, there was still a gap between them and the Tianwu Academy. Of course, when it came to weapons, the Tianwu Academy was inferior to the Giant Blade Academy. Fiery Blood Academy focused on fist and leg martial arts, as well as weapon martial arts. However, they focused more on actual combat. Every disciple of Fiery Blood Academy was good at fighting and killing, whether it was group attacks or single combat. Perhaps they were not as rich in martial arts as Tianwu Academy and Giant Blade Academy, but in terms of survivability, they were number 1. True Sword Academy focused on pure martial arts. Other than swords, there were no other weapons. There were also very few fist and leg martial arts. Even if there were, they were only auxiliary. It could be said that the 4 great academies each had their own specialties. Nothing in the world was perfect. There would always be something that surpassed others, but there would also be something that was lacking. Good or bad could only be chosen based on one's own situation. One could maximize one's strength and hide one's weakness. Fighters who passed the elimination round had the right to enter the 4 great academies. Of course, the 4 great academies also had the right to choose whether or not to accept them. However, under normal circumstances, the 4 great academies would not reject them. Everyone already knew which academy they would enter. They quickly made their choice and registered. In the end, only the top 10 were left. The top 10 represented both strength and potential. Naturally, they were more popular. Qin Shijia, your comprehension ability is outstanding. The Tianwu Academy is the most suitable place for you. Here, your ability can be maximized, a Tianwu Academy disciple said. The Tianwu Academy was known to be the academy with the greatest variety of fist and leg techniques. It was indeed very suitable for Qin Shijia. Our Giant Blade Academia also has quite a few fist and leg techniques. They are very exquisite and suitable for you, said a Giant Blade Academia disciple. Only through life and death situations can a true expert emerge. Qin Shijia, the Fiery Blood Academy, is your best choice. The disciples of the Ferocious Blood Academy also wanted to fight for Qin Shijia. Only the disciples of the True Sword Academy remained silent. The True Sword Academy focused on the sword, and since Qin Shijia did not practice the sword, it would be difficult for him to switch to the sword. I choose the Tianwu Academy. Qin Shijia replied with a slight smile. Good, a wise choice. The disciples of the Tianwu Academy laughed. Although the people of the Giant Blade Academy and the Blazing Blood Academy were unhappy, they didn't do anything. This was a very normal thing. If they had to bear grudges over this, they would be living a very tiring life. Yin Feng, your movement technique is not bad, and your combat ability is not bad either. You are suitable to join the Fiery Blood Academy. The people from the Fiery Blood Academy stared at Yin Feng. Wrong. I think Yin Feng is more suitable to join the Tianwu Academy. The people from the Tianwu Academy spoke again. Yin Feng's choice of the Tianwu Academy made the people of the Tianwu Academy very happy. Next up was Chunzong. Chunzong, your attainments and sword techniques are very high. In the Qi and Blood realm, it will be difficult to find many people who can compare to you. Our Tianwu Academy is the most abundant in martial arts, and we also have many sword techniques. Come, the Tianwu Academy disciple said. I can see that your sword techniques focus on actual combat. The Fiery Blood Academy is your best choice. The Giant Blade Academy specializes in all kinds of weapons. Come here and spar with martial artists who specialize in different weapons. Your sword techniques will definitely improve greatly. The True Sword Academy only has the sword. The True Sword Academy disciples' words were concise and straight to the point. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have already made my decision. Chunzong bowed to express his gratitude. I like the sword, and the True Sword Academy is my choice. Since Chunzong had already made his choice, no one else came to fight for him. Soon, the top 10 were divided up and entered different academies. There are not many people who entered the True Sword Academy, only one. The Tianwu Academy had 4, the Giant Blade Academy had 3, and the Fiery Blood Academy had 2. Nangong Honglai, although you are not in the top 10, your strength and potential are very high. Are you willing to join the Fiery Blood Academy and become an official disciple? The Fiery Blood Academy disciple suddenly looked at Nangong Honglai and directly invited him. Isn't it unkind of you to do this? The Tianwu Academy disciple immediately objected. Since Nangong Honglai had chosen the Tianwu Academy, he was undoubtedly a martial artist with a lot of potential. You can also give Nangong Honglai the status of an official disciple. The Fiery Blood Academy disciple laughed. Nangong Honglai was moved and looked at the Tianwu Academy disciple. However, the Tianwu Academy disciple did not say anything and allowed Nangong Honglai to choose. All right, I will join the Fiery Blood Academy. Nangong Honglai replied. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Chunzong. Now, the starting point was the same. Next time, he would definitely defeat Qinzong. Although he was confident that he would be able to break through to the Qi refining realm soon and become an official disciple, if he was a step earlier, he might be able to shorten the time needed to break through to the Qi refining realm. All right, the list has been confirmed. You all have half a month to prepare. In half a month, gather at the ultimate martial main city on time. If you miss it, there will be no more waiting. The 4 Great Academies disciples said. The 4 Great Academies were located in different parts of the Eastern continent. They did not belong to any of the martial cities and were some distance away from the ultimate martial main city. If they had to rush over by themselves, not only would it be a long journey, they would also encounter all kinds of dangers along the way. The possibility of death was very high. Half a month. Shenzong's mind spun, and he quickly came up with a clear plan. Speaking of which, half a month was actually not a long time. He had to first return to the Seven Lights Martial Academy, then return to the Martial Wind City. Then, he would enter the stone room on the mountain wall of Mount Fulong and take out the martial arts and bee-skin scroll left behind by the dragon's subduing master and bring it with him. After all, once he went to the True Sword Academy, he did not know when he would return. If he brought it with him, he could go to the true martial main city and look for the Su family when he had the chance. Perhaps he might even run into a Su family disciple in the True Sword Academy. In short, since he had been entrusted with this task, he had to complete it. The sooner he completed it, the sooner he could fulfill a wish and save himself from thinking about it all the time. This time, out of the 30-something disciples of the Seven Lights Martial Academy, 9 were at the Qi refining realm. Only one of them was unlucky and was eliminated. The other 8 were able to enter the 4 Great Academies. Among them, Gu Xiaolin entered the True Sword Academy. As for the 20-something disciples of the Qi refining realm, 13 of them were eliminated. Most of them were this year's disciples, but there were also 3 disciples from the previous year. The disciples of this year's batch were still fine, as they still had another chance, but the 3 disciples from the previous year had no chance at all. The disciples who were accepted were naturally full of smiles. On the contrary, the disciples who were eliminated looked gloomy and even dejected. After hurrying back to the Seven Lights Martial Academy, Chunzong immediately bid farewell and left the Seven Lights Martial Academy. As soon as he entered the Galloping Horse Plain, Chunzong immediately executed Ride the Wind and Water Tread. Like a gust of wind, he blew across the Galloping Horse Plain and swiftly headed towards the rapid river. The rapid river was flowing rapidly, but Chunzong did not need to wait. He immediately executed Ride the Wind and Water Tread. His feet constantly tapped on the surface of the river, and only the tips of his feet were wet. After crossing the rapid river, his strength was still intact. He went straight to Black Fengshan, easily crossed it, passed through the mangrove forest, and arrived at Wind Martial City. As such, not even a day had passed. I'll enter Mount Fulong first and find the stone room on the mountain wall. Shenzong thought to himself. He directly passed through Wind Martial City and headed towards Mount Fulong. His speed was extremely fast, and he was not discovered. Previously, he got lost in the mountain. Later on, he was lucky enough to find the path down the mountain. This time, Chunzong wanted to follow the path up the mountain. This way, it would be easier for him to find the stone room on the mountain wall. You've entered the mountain. Very well, I'll let you die in the mountain. Your corpse will be eaten by the demon beasts and completely disappear from this world. 2 figures were tailing Chunzong from afar. Because they were very far away, Chunzong did not notice them. Seeing Chunzong enter Mount Fulong, the 2 of them revealed joyful expressions. They had followed him all the way from Ultimate Martial City. Their goal was to eliminate Chunzong. But before that, it was very difficult for them to make a move. They were worried that they would be discovered. If someone knew that they had killed an official disciple of the True Sword Academy, the consequences would be very severe. Of course, if no one knew, or if there was no obvious evidence, they would not do anything. Chunzong's speed was very fast. After entering Mount Fulong, he climbed all the way up. Under the wind and water, his speed was not reduced at all. It was as if he was walking on flat ground. The mysteries of this secret movement technique were fully displayed. Compared to the last time he went down the mountain, Chunzong's speed was undoubtedly much faster this time. Moreover, his abilities were not comparable to the last time. Now, even if he encountered a low-class LV-3 demon beast, he could still fight it. Even if he encountered a mid-class LV-3 demon beast, he could still escape with his life. As for an upper-class LV-3 demon beast, Chunzong was not sure. But fortunately, there were not many LV-3 demons in this part of Mount Fulong. Most of them were low-class LV-3 demons. If he really encountered an upper-class LV-3 demon beast, he could only say that his luck could not be any worse. Up, up, up. Relying on his clear memory, Chunzong did not make any mistakes. Die! Suddenly, a leopard jumped out from the side and clawed at him. Chunzong waved his hand casually. As if he was swatting a fly, the mid-class LV-2 demon beast was sent flying and died instantly. Along the way, any demon beast with poor eyesight that tried to eat Chunzong was killed with a wave of his hand. Chunzong did not pay attention to their corpses. They were no longer worthy of his attention. Finally, Chunzong saw a familiar cliff. Once, he had practiced his sword here for a period of time. It was here that he had comprehended his first secret sword technique, the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword. Now that he thought about it, even though it had not been long, Chunzong still missed it. Who is it? Chunzong suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Chapter 146. Two masked men in black appeared and separated to the left and right, blocking Chunzong's escape. The other three sides of the mountain wall and the sea of clouds. Chunzong's pupils contracted. He had not noticed these two men following him all the way here. It was only when they got close that he sensed them. It was not that he was not vigilant enough. In fact, his perception surpassed all martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm. It was comparable to a martial artist in the Qi refining realm. However, there was a limit to distance. These two men were far enough away from him and had deliberately hidden themselves. It was not surprising that he had been fooled. Faintly, with his extraordinary perception, Chunzong felt that these two men were martial artists in the Qi refining realm. One of them should be in the first transition of the Qi refining realm, while the others seemed to be stronger. However, compared to the Green Ape Envoy, there was a clear gap. Bai Yushan, I know it's you. Chunzong stared at the masked man on the left and said slowly. The other man's eyes flashed with surprise. Then you can die in peace. The other man did not directly admit it, but this sentence was equivalent to admitting Chunzong's words. It could also be a bait. However, Chunzong recognized Bai Yushan's voice and eyes. He was 90% sure that this man was Bai Yushan. Then, the other man should be the martial artist in the Qi refining realm from the Bai family. The other man was actually the martial artist from the Bai family who had come to kill Chunzong before. However, Chunzong was not aware of the situation and was injured by Elder Wei of the family hall. This time, the operation was even more secretive. One of them, Bai Yushan, is in the first transition of the Qi refining realm. The other man should be in the second transition of the Qi refining realm. With my strength, can I fight them? Chunzong thought to himself. However, because he had not made a move yet, he could not be sure whether the other man was in the second or third transition of the Qi refining realm. The difference in strength between the two realms was still very obvious. He is definitely not in the third transition of the Qi refining realm. Even if I fight him, I might be able to escape. Chunzong thought to himself. This was confidence, a kind of courage and confidence that came with having enough strength. A martial artist must have confidence, especially a martial artist who practiced the sword. Chunzong, are you going to surrender? Bai Yushan's voice was filled with coldness and hatred. When he thought about how he was pulled down from the position of Brilliant Sword Hall's chief disciple and how he had to leave the Seven Lights Martial Academy in humiliation, he felt as if his heart was being gnawed by a demon beast. He was filled with hatred towards Chunzong, and when he thought about how his cousin, Bai Yugong, was heavily injured because of this. Not only was he eliminated by the 4 great academies, but also had to recuperate for a few months due to his injuries. He felt even more hatred. If you want to kill me, then show me your full strength. Shenzong was not afraid at all. So what if he was at the 3rd cycle of training state? Don't move. Don't let him escape. Bai Yushan said to the force-refining realm martial artist beside him. He walked towards Shenzong step by step, his footsteps getting faster and faster. The hatred in his heart was like a burning flame. As he approached, his inner strength began to circulate. A powerful force began to fill his entire body, causing his body to become light, as if he could fly with just a mountain breeze. Following that, a powerful aura began to spread out. Although I've just broken through to the force-refining realm and haven't had the time to properly practice an Earth rank technique, it's enough to kill you. Bai Yushan thought to himself. He had only broken through to the force-refining realm a day before the 4 great academies examination began. Strictly speaking, his inner strength was still in a primitive state. Only by cultivating an Earth rank technique and refining his inner strength once could he be considered to have completely stepped into the force-refining realm. However, that was only for true force-refining realm martial artists. The current Bai Yushan was in the force-refining realm to Qi and blood realm martial artists because he possessed inner strength and could use it. Even if it was just a primitive inner strength, it still had a terrifying power that far surpassed Qi and blood force. Sensing the aura emanating from Bai Yushan's body, Shenzong knew that Bai Yushan was indeed a force-refining realm martial artist. However, according to his understanding, Bai Yushan should be at the lowest level among force-refining realm martial artists. Even the Green Light Wolf King couldn't do anything to me, let alone you, Shenzong thought to himself as he stared at the approaching Bai Yushan. Compared to the Green Light Wolf King, Bai Yushan was nothing. One strike. I want to kill Bai Yushan with one strike, and then deal with the other force-refining realm martial artist. Shenzong instantly made a decision. The real threat to him wasn't Bai Yushan, but the other force-refining realm martial artist. Unfortunately, Bai Yushan didn't know this, and neither did the other force-refining realm martial artist. They had all underestimated him, or rather, they couldn't imagine that someone in the Qi and blood realm would have the ability to go against or even kill a force-refining realm martial artist. Even a true martial realm martial artist wouldn't have thought of this, let alone them. As he got closer, the distance between Bai Yushan and Shenzong continued to shrink. There was only one chance. If he failed, he would alert the other. At that time, the other masked man in black would make a move, and it would be more difficult to kill Bai Yushan. If the two of them worked together, Shenzong wasn't sure what would happen in the end. Adjusting his breathing, Shenzong's every breath became long and slow. The energy in his body also slowly gathered. His seamless body made it impossible for his opponent to sense the gathering of energy. Shenzong, don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. Bai Yushan approached step by step, the aura he exuded growing stronger. He spoke in a cold voice. For the first strike, I will first cut off your right arm. For the second strike, I will cut off your left arm. For the third and fourth strikes, I will cut off your left and right legs respectively. If it was another person, they would definitely be frightened by Bai Yushan and beg for mercy. However, Shenzong was unmoved. Bai Yushan's threat seemed so weak and powerless. The other Qi refining realm martial artist stared at Shenzong. Shenzong's calmness made him secretly admire him. This was a martial artist with a very bright future. Unfortunately, no matter how bright he was, he didn't have enough background and support. If he went against the Bai clan, only death would await him. It had to be said that this was a kind of tragedy. Although this was the true martial era and everyone was encouraged to practice martial arts, those who could survive and reach the peak were mostly people from influential forces, especially those big forces. After all, they had more resources, a better environment, and the protection of martial arts. It was often difficult for the geniuses among the commoners to rely on themselves. Bai Yushan unsheathed the long sword at his waist. The body of the sword glowed with a green light. This was a treasured iron sword. Not only were godly iron weapons extremely valuable, they were also relatively rare. Most chi refining realm martial artists would find it difficult to obtain one. Even if they did, they might not have the strength to protect it. When the sword was unsheathed, the green sword light was like a gust of wind, slashing towards Chunzong's right arm. Just as Bai Yushan said, the first strike was to cut off Chunzong's right arm. Bai Yushan did not underestimate this strike, but he did not know Chunzong's true strength. Kill! The moment the green sword light arrived, Chunzong also unsheathed his sword. The heart was there, the eyes were there, and the hands were there. Heart, eye, hand, and hand merged into one, forming a unique rhythm that spread out. The fake frost stream sword was unsheathed, turning into a flash of frost and snow that spread out. It was also like a bolt of frost lightning, extremely fast, exceeding Bai Yushan's reaction time. Under the impetus of his pure yang qi and blood, Chunzong's sword was already extremely fast. Now that he had unleashed 30% of his physique and 30% of his pure yang qi and blood to display the extreme flash Thunder Slayer sword, coupled with the heart, eye, and hand merged into one, the speed of the sword was so fast that it was frightening. Bai Yushan was shocked, but it was already too late for him to dodge or defend. He could only watch as the bolt of frost and lightning swept through the air, chilling his entire body. Stop! Not far away, the black-clothed masked man was horrified and furious. With a loud roar, all of his inner force burst out. His nimble body was like an arrow released from a bow, extremely fast, shooting towards Chunzong. A short sword appeared in his hand, fiercely thrusting towards Chunzong's sword. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Under this kind of sword speed, unless his speed was twice as fast, he would not be able to stop it. Kill! Bai Yushan was terrified to the extreme. Before he could even blink, the flashing Thunder Slayer sword had already pierced through the space between his eyebrows and through the back of his head. Immediately after, the dagger of the other chi refining stage martial artist arrived. He turned midway and made a prompt decision to attack Chunzong. Bai Yushan was killed, and it was too late to save him, so he could only kill Chunzong. Chunzong exerted his strength, kicking Bai Yushan's body towards his opponent. He insisted on stabbing, but he could only stab Bai Yushan's body. You actually killed young master. You're dead meat. No one can save you from heaven or earth. The chi-refining realm martial artist's voice was incomparably cold, as if a gust of cold wind that was filled with murderous intent blew out from between his teeth, sending chills down one's spine. If you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn, his tone calm. Bai Yushan's strength was indeed not bad. If it were any other chi-refining realm martial artist, even someone like Nangong Honglai, they would at most be able to resist for a while. They would not be a match for him, let alone kill Bai Yushan. However, Chunzong was different. As a chi-refining realm martial artist, his strength had already surpassed all other chi-refining realm martial artists. In addition, he had the true secret sword technique, Extreme Flash Thunder Slayer sword, and a beginner 3-in-1 martial artist. Bai Yushan had not expected this. All these factors combined resulted in Bai Yushan's death. He put down Bai Yushan's body. His eyes were wide open, and there was confusion and fear in the depths of his eyes. I'm going to kill you and avenge young master. The black-clothed masked man's tone grew colder, and his murderous intent grew stronger. I'll send you to accompany Bai Yushan. Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp light. He stabbed out with his sword. The light from the sword was extremely fast, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, but also like a wisp of cold autumn water. Just now, when his opponent released his inner force, Chunzong knew that his opponent's cultivation was at the first transformation realm of the chi refining realm. However, he was much stronger than Bai Yushan. Chunzong felt that he could fight, and he had to fight and kill this person. Otherwise, if his opponent brought the news back to the Bai family would definitely do everything possible to kill him. Perhaps the next opponent he would face would not be as simple as a chi-refining realm martial artist. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.